Good morning, everyone. I am Lori McMahon. I'm the Dean of the UAB Grad School, and it is my pleasure to have some time with you this morning to welcome you to UAB. I've been Dean of the Graduate School almost 5 years, and I've been at UAB over 23 years, and I love my job. The students are my highlight. I love to interact with students. I love to talk with students. I love to support students. And so I just give you a heartfelt welcome to UAB and to encourage you to reach out to me with things that you are doing, with challenges you might be having. I practice an open door and now an open Zoom communication with all of our students. So I want to share quite a lot with you today. I want to begin by thanking you for trusting us, UAB, with your graduate education. You're all talented. You would not be here if you weren't. And so we recognize that students have a lot of choice with choosing where they want to get their graduate education. And we feel privileged that you have chosen UAB. So welcome to Fall 2020 orientation. And I have to also express my thanks. My computer looks like it's frozen. I need to express my thanks to Kim Eaton, our communications director in the graduate school, who helped us organize our orientation today. And I also have to thank the leadership of graduate student government. So you will be hearing from them later. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to use my slides. Let's see. I'm going to stop sharing my screen and see if I can get this to work.
Hey, Lori, if you need to email it to me and then I can try to share it on my end.
Okay, let's see. I might have to do that. All right, can everyone see my screen? Yes, I just took it out of the full screen mode. Hopefully that will help. Okay, I have to start with our mission. Our mission is inspiring minds today to transform tomorrow. So that's the mission of the graduate school. That's what we try to achieve every day. And our vision is improving lives globally through the accomplishments of our scholars. Again, our mission and our vision is what drives our activities of all of the staff, of all of the program directors and the faculty. And I also wanted to share with you our goals. We value an academically excellent learning environment. We value and celebrate diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we value a student-centered learning environment. So together, our mission, our vision, and our values is what helps us stay focused and be able to serve all of our students. So I have a really talented leadership team that I want to introduce to you. Dr. Dan Bullard, he's Associate Dean of Recruitment, Retention, and Diversity. Dr. Bullard will be with us only until October 1st. He is moving to Virginia Commonwealth University to be Dean of the Graduate School there. So we are actively looking for a replacement for him. Dr. David Schneider is Associate Dean of Graduate Biomedical Sciences, and Lisa Schwiebert is Senior Associate Dean for Graduate and Postdoc Affairs. So they are as passionate about graduate education as I am, and so they are always willing to help. So our primary concern is your health and safety. And so most fall semesters, I don't spend time in orientation talking about how we're going to manage during a pandemic. So this is new for all of us. It's stressful for all of us. We haven't had to manage this kind of crisis before. So I wanted to take some time in the beginning of orientation just to share with you what we're trying to do on our campus to keep you safe. I want to have some time at the end to answer your questions, and I encourage you at any time to post a question in the chat, and Kim Eaton will help me with answering those. So this is our primary concern, and our university president, Dr. Ray Watts, is a neurologist, so he's a medical doctor, and so he has said over and over, health and safety is our focus, and that is our focus. So every decision that we have made for reopening our campus has had that in mind. So you will get used to seeing this image. It's in many places on our campus. These are how we are going to keep you safe this fall. Everyone has to wear a mask or a face covering everywhere on our campus. in the classrooms, in the rec center, in the libraries, wherever you are studying, and even outside if you are in groups. The only time you don't have to wear a mask is if you are in an office by yourself with the door closed. Otherwise, we require masks. We ask that you stay 6 feet apart. So these are recommendations from the CDC and the Alabama Department of Public Health. So 6 feet apart, and that's how we have arranged classroom spaces so that students can be in the classroom and be safe. So you will have your mask on in the classroom and you will be seated 6 feet apart in all directions. Make sure you wash your hands. We have stations all over campus for hand sanitization. And so you can clean your hands often when you go in buildings, when you go out of buildings. Keeping your hands clean will help keep you safe. Stay home when you're sick. If you are not feeling well, simply email your course instructor and tell your instructor you're not feeling well and that you will be not in class. We're going to talk about the types of classes in just a moment. And complete your health check. So that is required daily. So if you have not taken the COVID entry training yet, you'll have to do that before you can come to campus. You also have to participate in health check, and you can download that from the UAB app. And you have to use your passport to enter in classes. And I meant to pull up my passport. Let me see if I can get to it. Kim, I don't know if you can get to yours quickly. Let me see if I can get to mine. And then I can show you what that looks like. So your passport is the key to entering the classrooms and the rec center and the libraries and study spaces on our campus. So let me see if I can get to mine. And I will show you. Has anyone on the call done theirs yet? Let's see.
Hey, Lori, I have mine.
There, good. Thanks. I'm being a little bit slow.
Okay, hold on. It's gonna stop your screen share, so hold on.
Yeah, here's my passport. You can see it says cleared. Thank you, Vishal, for showing yours. So this green passport is your gateway into the classroom spaces, like I said, into the libraries, into the rec center. That passport will expire every 24 hours. So every morning you can get into a habit, and I've been in a habit too, but I didn't save it on my phone this morning. But we all need to use our passport. And when you enter the classroom and sit down, the instructor is going to ask all of you to show your passport. Now, if you haven't been cleared or you registered a symptom in the passport or in the health check, your passport will be red. If you have a red passport, please stay home and email your instructor and tell your instructor that you will be missing class. And in most classes, you will be able to engage remotely, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. So show, this is an easy way to remember: staying 6 feet apart, hand washing, owning responsibility, and wearing a mask. So there's a lot of information on this website, and I won't open it right now just so we don't run out of time. But at the www.uab.edu/UAB-United/students, that's where you can find all kinds of health and safety information to help you navigate the fall. So just to remind you about our fall schedule. So fall classes start next Monday on August 24th. On November 20th, fall semester in-person classes will end for Thanksgiving break. Students will not return to campus or to in-person or hybrid classes after Thanksgiving. So your in-person and hybrid classes will end on November 20th. And after Thanksgiving break, you will then engage for the rest of the semester using remote instruction. And the reason for that is that students go home to see their families all over the state of Alabama, all over the Southeast, and all over the country. And so when you leave for Thanksgiving to stay with your family, we want you to be able to stay with your family and not have to come back to campus. So we think that is the best way to keep everyone healthy. So this is a nice grid that displays the kinds of classes that you will have this fall. So the face-to-face format is the typical format that we all think about when we attend classes. Some of your classes may be in the face-to-face format. Some of your classes may be in the hybrid format. So let's talk for a few minutes what that's like. So I'm going to use an example of a Monday, Wednesday, Friday class. So if your class is hybrid, that means 1/3 of the class will attend on Monday, and the other 2/3 will engage remotely, maybe from your apartment, maybe from your home, maybe from the library, maybe from some other space on campus or off campus. You will engage remotely using your computer or maybe your tablet. Then on Wednesday, a second third will join in person and the other 2/3 will engage remotely. And on Friday, the third will join in person and the rest remotely. Your schedule will tell you which day you're assigned to. Some other types of hybrid classes, though, may not work like that. It may be that all of the lectures for your class will be pre-recorded and you will be able to watch them from the comfort of your home. And then the in-person experiences may be a study session or a problem-solving session or some other kind of discussion. And so I encourage you to look at the syllabus for each of your classes to determine what kind of class you're going to have. The remote option is a class where there's no in-person interaction, and you will engage again from the comfort of your home or maybe from the library or maybe from other open study spaces we have on the campus synchronously with your class. And then the fully online classes are those classes that were meant to be online prior to COVID, and they are listed as a Q course in your schedule. And again, we can answer questions about this. So here's an example schedule for a student. And you can see here, and your schedule may look a little bit different because the team who makes these schedules are continuing to modify, but here's an example. So in the middle, you can see here delivery mode. And for this student, there are 2 face-to-face classes and 3 hybrid classes. And over here on the assigned day, you can see for the face-to-face class that meets Tuesday, Thursday, you would be expected to be in class on Tuesday and Thursday. For this hybrid class that meets Tuesday, Thursday, your turn to be in class is only on Tuesday. So you would be expected to be in class on Tuesday, but then on Thursday, you would be engaging remotely. For this hybrid class, it meets Monday, Wednesday, your turn would be Monday. And for this third hybrid class that only meets on Tuesday, you would meet on Tuesday. And then there would be some guidance from the instructor. So this is what your schedule might look like. This particular schedule is the schedule of an undergraduate, but your schedules will look similar. So again, be sure to check each course syllabus for the attendance policy that your instructor has set so that you know how to navigate each of your courses. Each student, each of you will be provided 2 cloth face masks with the UAB brand. And as the provost says, they're pretty darn cute. So I think you're gonna wanna wear them, but you are free to wear whatever face covering you choose. So if you have other cloth masks that you have purchased, you are free to wear those, but you probably will enjoy wearing the UAB masks as well. So those will be distributed beginning this weekend through Remote Lot 4 drive-through, and then next week in front of Lister Hill Library and also in front of University Hall. It's important for me to share with you that no food will be allowed in the classrooms during lecture. And the reason is if you are eating your lunch or your breakfast or a snack, you have to remove your face mask. And we want face masks to stay on during lecture. That's how you are going to protect yourself and how you are going to protect those around you. You may bring a water bottle. You can temporarily pull your mask down to take a drink of water during lecture, but no food will be allowed. Space will be limited in the libraries for studying. So we have made other spaces available because we know many of you want to study on campus rather than in your homes. So study space, of course, is outside. So there's going to be availability outside. There's benches in front of the Hill Center. There's other spaces outside. Inside spaces include Bartow Arena. So we're marking off spaces in Bartow Arena where our basketball and volleyball teams play. There's going to be Wi-Fi in Bartow Arena, so you can take your laptop or your tablet and listen to remote lectures there if you would like, or re-listen to a lecture or study. And you can eat your lunch there. You can stop by and get a grab and go lunch from various dining spaces on our campus or off campus, and you can take your lunch there and eat. Same thing for the School of Education building, particularly on the second floor. There's a lot of classrooms that are not being used for classes in the education building. And so you can go there and take your lunch. And we're also working on some other spaces. There's some outside space in the balconies on outside the School of Education and also in the Humanities building that we're trying to get ready for study space. We are going to have several campus safety specialists around who will remind you and others about making sure face masks are worn and worn correctly over the nose and the mouth, and also social distancing. So for those of you who might be looking for some part-time employment, you can inquire about this and we'll make that information available. So we are looking to hire students that qualify for work study for these positions. And so I just wanted to let you know about that. And then the last thing I wanted to share with you is our student counseling. And I know you're going to hear a presentation later, so I'm not going to go into that. But the UAB Cares campaign is absolutely fantastic. And our student counseling services and student health will take extremely good care of you. There's a website here for you to look at. We are really in touch with the stress. Faculty are stressed, students are stressed. The COVID has turned everything upside down for all of us in our personal lives and when we're thinking about advancing our education. And so we want to make sure that you have resources at your fingertips to help you in any way that we can. So you'll hear more about this later. So just to summarize this, some key tips for navigating the fall. Do your health check every day and download your event passport. And you need this for clearance into class, libraries, the rec center. Read your UAB email. There's always going to be important information in your UAB email. Read Green Mail. Read the UAB Reporter. And I put the link here, but for time, I won't go into that. But the UAB Reporter comes out several times a week, and there's always great information. Read the Graduate School Weekly newsletter. Kim Eaton puts out a newsletter every Friday morning with a lot of great information. And then finally, download the Exposure Notification app. This is optional, it's not required, but it's highly recommended. It just became available this morning. The Exposure Notification app will tell you if you have been within 6 feet for greater than 15 minutes to someone who's become COVID positive. So we highly recommend that all students, all faculty, all staff download this app. And we're hoping that most individuals across the entire state of Alabama download this exposure notification app. It's just another way that we're trying to keep one another healthy and safe. Okay, so I know I just have a few minutes remaining. I want to tell you a few more things about the graduate school. Right now we have 66 master's degrees, but that's going up to 67. We just got a new master's degree approved. We have 39 doctoral degrees. We just had a new PhD program in neuroengineering approved recently. We have 3 clinical practice doctoral degrees, the medical doctor degree, doctor of dental medicine, and the optometry doctorate. So as of last fall, and of course, since our fall 2020 hasn't started yet, we don't know our enrollment numbers, but they're looking really terrific. 5,500 master's students, almost 1,000 doctoral students that are in the research scholarship area, and 1,700 doctoral students in professional practice. That's the dentistry, medicine, and optometry. We are a highly diverse campus. Last year, 16.5% of our graduate students are African American, 2% Hispanic and Latino, 4% Asian, and 0.2% American Indian and Alaskan Native. 67, almost 68% of our graduate students are women. So we're a highly diverse campus and we celebrate that diversity. The graduate school is divided in several units. Graduate Student Services, many of you will interact with that team. The Professional Development Program, we know that you need extra training outside of your academic discipline so you can get writing experience, presenting experience, leadership experience through the Professional Development Program. The Graduate Biomedical Sciences PhD program is the largest PhD program on our campus, and that's housed within the graduate school. The Office of Postdoctoral Education and Administration and Finance. And I'm just going to quickly show you some faces of the staff in the graduate school. This is Jesse Kepley, and he leads the student services team. So they help you with your transcripts, with your courses that you need to get your degree. They audit degrees, all kinds of help. So you can look to them for help. And this is another part of that student services team. This is the administration and finance team, and many of you who have scholarships or stipends, you will interact with Cynthia Ballinger and Dylan Pugh. And the professional development team. So again, just to reiterate, we understand that you need skills beyond your academic discipline. You are going to become an expert in your discipline, but we have these team of leaders who will also help. There's lots of courses available, and I encourage you to go to the grad school website. And here's Kim Eaton. You'll hear a lot from her. She is our communications director and our events planner. This is just to show you the logo of the Professional Development Program and the Center for Integration of Research, Teaching, and Learning. Again, that's additional education to help you with your career. We have a new certificate in leadership. Here are some of our other certificates, and we have a class in critical thinking that you might be interested in. And just a few other activities to share. Discoveries in the Making. I encourage you to tune in to Discoveries in the Making. This is once a month. Our graduate students present to a non-expert audience, and including people from UAB, the discoveries that they are making through their research during their graduate education. So prior to COVID, Discoveries in the Making was at a local science-inspired bar called the Lumbar, but during COVID, we are doing these virtual. And you will see information from Kim about this. This is just a picture of some of our discovery speakers. Our 3-minute thesis competition is another way we train students how to digest their very complicated graduate education and research for a non-expert audience. So stay tuned for that. Our 3MT competition will be in November. And we also have a Say It in 6. Tell your story in 6 words. And this competition will be in the spring. Just another way for you to express yourself with 6 words and an image. And finally, Donuts with the Dean. As I mentioned to you in the beginning, one of my favorite things to do is to interact with students. And so you can join me in a virtual Donuts with the Dean when we're allowed back on campus and can be in a conference room together. We will put these back in person, but for now they are virtual. So virtual donuts, virtual coffee, but it's an hour once a month where we just talk about whatever's on your mind. So final tips: follow health and safety guidelines. Reach out for help when needed, whether this is academic help, stress and health management help. Help is always around the corner. We are here to serve you. We are here to help you achieve your goals. Be mindful of self-care and work hard, play hard. We are all in this together. We are all trying to navigate this time. And I'm going to close with this Say It in 6. that was submitted last spring from a graduate. Yes, you can. End of story. That's this student's Say It in 6 submission with her image and her 6-word story. Yes, you can. End of story. So this is going to be you, not too far into the future. Thanks for attending. We are glad you are here, and go Blazers. Any quick questions I can answer before I introduce our provost, Dr. Benoit? Kim, are there any questions in the chat I should answer
One
now
just
before moving over?
what are the expectations for online off-campus students for the COVID training? And then what is the name of the app that tracks COVID?
Yes, so great question. If you are in a program that is fully online, and it was meant to be fully online, you do not have to participate in the COVID training or health check. However, if you intend to come to campus because you want to study in the library, then you must do the COVID training and you must do health check. You will not be able to enter any of our buildings without showing your green passport. But if you have no intention of coming to campus, if you live in state or out of state, then you are not required to do that. Good question. Oh, and the app, Guide Safe app that just came out. I think you're asking about the exposure notification app that just came out this morning. And so I'll work with Kim to make that available. She's going to send out an email to all of you who attended, and we'll put that on our website so you can get ready access. But if you look at the UAB reporter that just came out this morning, there is a link. There's an article about it, and there's a link inside that article. Okay, so to keep us on time, I'm gonna turn it over to our provost, Dr. Pam Benoit. Dr. Benoit?
Thank you, Lori. Good morning, everyone. It's really nice to be able to see you and to welcome you as our new graduate students at UAB. We're so delighted that you're here with us. We look forward to all that you're going to accomplish. As Lori said in that last Say It in 6, that's going to be you. We're going to see you making these same kinds of accomplishments and really doing well here and moving forward. As you'll find during this orientation and going forward, UAB is a very diverse and vibrant environment where you'll be supported and inspired to be able to achieve your goals. Your faculty mentors, staff, the entire leadership at UAB are so eager to work with you on your academic, research, and service pursuits. And I also want to encourage you to get involved with the graduate student government led by GSG President Jasmine Benjamin, composed of student representatives from all departments on campus. This is a nice way of getting actively involved and learning about issues on campus that you might be interested in. You're part of a graduate school driven by academic excellence, innovation, entrepreneurialism, all of which continue unabated despite COVID. Just this past spring, for example, our graduate students and recent graduate alumni earned several prestigious awards, including 6 NSF Graduate Research Fellowships, 3 NSF EPSCoR Fellowships, an F99K00 grant from NIH, and a very competitive AAUW International Fellowship. So students are doing incredibly well. Students' talents, their dedication help make our graduate programs and our research enterprise overall among the most competitive in the nation. This year, UAB has 17 graduate programs ranked in US News's top 25, and that's up from 14 last year. So we continue to get better and better every year. And our research funding continues to grow by about 10% over this time last year, building on last year's research funding of several $millions. So despite our extraordinary circumstances, we continue to make really important advances. And the culture will thrive this fall, even though it might look a little different amid our various measures to prevent the spread of COVID-19. The safety and the well-being of our students, our faculty, our staff is our top priority, and our planning really reflects that. It's the most rigorous of any university and academic medical center in the nation. In fact, recently on one of the town halls, I said that I think it's incredibly important to be at UAB right now. I wouldn't want to be any other place given the kind of measures that we can put in place and the kind of experts we've been able to access to help to develop our plan for reentry. So I want to talk just a little bit about the campus reentry process and encourage you to visit the UAB United website to stay up to speed, because anytime there are new developments, that's the first place that they'll go. And I look forward to answering some questions at the end if there are some things that I can answer. So let me talk a little bit about UAB Cares. And UAB Cares is a number of different safety measures that we're putting in place for students. That includes strict social distancing. So in all of our classrooms, we've measured the space. We know exactly how many students can be in there and abide by the 6-foot rule. It also includes mandatory mask wearing on campus. It includes recommendations for frequent hand washing. There will be sanitation stations in various classroom buildings. All of those pieces are important to a safe reentry. The Guide Safe platform promotes safer entry to campus as well. So this includes testing, the largest scale higher ed testing initiative in the United States that's required for every student attending a 4-year college in Alabama, and that will be on campus. For students, required entry testing, voluntary sentinel testing. It includes the UAB health check, and students and employees, all faculty and staff, are required to do the health check daily in order to be on campus. The health check then at the very bottom allows you to click on getting your entry passport for the day. And so your entry passport will show that you are cleared for that particular day. It includes a date on it. It's a green passport. I was just trying to pull mine up so you can see it. It looks just like this. This is mine for today, that I'm cleared to be on campus. If you're not cleared to be on campus, that screen will be red and will send you to student health for some additional information about what you need to do next. If you get a red screen, do not come to campus. Faculty will be asking in their classes for you to show them your green screens. You'll be asked to do that when you enter the library and into the rec center. So if you have a red screen, you should not come onto campus. You will be asked to leave campus. And as Lori was saying, Dean McMahon was saying, the exposure notification app. This was developed by both the health check and this was developed by a UAB partnership. And the exposure notification is a partnership with Google and Apple. This involves anonymous self-reporting if you've had a close contact exposure or if you've had a positive test in the last 14 days. This is highly encouraged. It is not required, but we really would like people to do this because it allows us to trace where there are contacts much more easily by using a technological algorithm. If you don't feel well, if you test positive, contact student health. You can do that by indicating on health check that you've had an exposure. You can call them directly. Don't come to class. Don't come to campus if that's the case. We've also made a lot of changes in how we're teaching as a result of COVID-19. So we now are offering courses in one of 4 formats. That includes face-to-face kinds of instruction, in-person instruction. Some classes, that's the only way really to try to teach the courses, particularly in labs or also sometimes in performance courses. A lot of those kinds of classes will be in person. There are hybrid courses, and hybrid courses are courses that have an in-person component and a remote component. If the class meets more than once, you might come one day remotely and another day in person. Instructors are finding ways to adapt their syllabi in order to offer some hybrid offerings. There are remote courses, which are courses that are at a distance. And those courses, you sign in through your Canvas platform and take your course that way. And there's a lot of synchronous activity that happens at the same time the class would usually be offered. And then, of course, there are the online courses, otherwise known as Q courses in the schedule. Those were courses that were originally designed to be online, and a lot of that activity occurs asynchronous, which means, of course, that you're doing that activity at a variety of different times during the day, not necessarily when the class was scheduled. So lots of different ways of offering the classes. When you sign up and you register, you'll see on your schedule how each one of your courses is designed to be delivered. So that's sort of a broad overview of our plan and our strategies, and I'm willing to answer any questions that I might be able to address today. Kim, I know you're monitoring the chat. Is there anything there that would be helpful to answer?
There's not right now, but if any come in, I'll let you know.
All right, we'll give you just a minute to type something in. Again, we're so pleased that you're here. I applaud you that you have not let this crisis slow you down from getting your dreams with a graduate education.
Okay, we have a question. How will we know when to go to courses for hybrid courses?
Great question. In the schedule, it will tell you what day you need to come to class. And one of the questions that we had in one of the earlier town halls is, if, for example, it tells me that I'm supposed to come on Friday, in the first week, should I show up on Monday? And the answer is no. You come the day that you are given. If there are going to be modifications to that, the instructor will talk to you about any necessary modifications that need to be made. But don't show up on a different day than the one that you're assigned for. Because again, the rooms are designed to accommodate a certain number of students. And if you show up on the wrong day, there won't be room for you in that classroom.
Okay. Will classrooms be set up, as I've seen pictures on the undergraduate side of campus, where desks are taped off to denote where you can and cannot sit to maintain social distancing?
So there are no undergraduate classrooms versus graduate classrooms. There are just classrooms, and all the classrooms have been dealt with by facilities by putting wrap around chairs, by indicating where desks and chairs need to be located in the classroom. So that's true, not just for undergraduate students, but for all of the campus.
How do I register to receive UAB Reporter?
You can actually, I get it daily, so there might be a way to try to get it that way, but you can search for it on the UAB website and it'll pull up the most recent issue of UAB e-Reporter. You should already be getting green mail for students, that a lot of the information that's designed specifically for students will be in that format. I see a question about how do I register for the passport. So let me walk through that again. First of all, you do the health check. And in order to get to the health check, if you go to your UAB app, the first tile on your UAB app is a health check app. And after you've done the health check for the day, at the bottom of it, it will say, get my event passport. And you click on that, and then your event passport comes up. And again, that passport is only good for 24 hours. So you need to do that daily so that you can get into your classes, get into the library, the rec center, Hill. Buildings will require you to, and classes will require you to be able to show that you've been cleared to be on campus.
Okay, we've got several now. Okay, so I thought health checks were every 3 days. Am I understanding correctly that health checks are every day? Is this if you are on campus daily?
So that's changed. Health check is now a daily requirement. And if you don't do health check on a daily basis, you'll get a reminder that reminds you that you need to do that. If you're not on campus, you still need to be doing it daily. In fact, I haven't been on campus for a couple of days, and I do it every single day because it's another way of sort of monitoring, how am I feeling today? Do I have any symptoms? Who have I come into contact with that might have been a close contact? So it's good to do it on a daily basis. You're right, we started out with 3 days and we've decided that 3 days is not enough and that it will be easier for you to do it on a daily basis, making it part of your routine. It was harder for people to remember, is this the third day or the second day that when am I supposed to actually be doing it? So daily makes it easier to remember to do. And it's really easy to do. It takes me about 5 seconds each morning. It's the first thing I do while I'm eating my cereal, and I immediately get it done and we go on with the rest of the day.
Okay, another one. I currently work in the Shelby building and the classrooms there have not been set up by facilities. Is there someone to contact if we believe a classroom has been forgotten?
I will talk to facilities about Shelby. I'm making myself a note now and ask them about that.
Will the Zoom lectures for hybrid come through Canvas?
Yes. Yes, they do. So there are cameras in the classrooms and you'll be getting that material. It will give you a way to access the lectures on the days that you're not actually physically in class. I would also note that in Canvas, there'll be a notices about things that you need to remember. So I'm thinking, when you first come to class, what do you need to do when you first come to class? And there are several things as a student that you're going to need to do. The first thing you're going to need to do is to make sure that you've done your health check for the day and you can show your passport. And again, if you get a red passport, don't come to class. Or if you checked it just before you come to class and you have a red passport, you need to leave. Don't go into the class, because we don't want to embarrass you. We don't want you to have to show other people you have a red passport. Simply, it's better not to come and to check into what you need to do next. The other thing is that we're going to be asking you to make sure that you are wearing your mask when you come to class. And faculty members have been told that people who come in without a mask will not be admitted to the classroom, that they can tell those students they need to leave. And if some student may refuse to leave, the class will be canceled and that student gets reported. And if you do not wear your mask, you get reported to Student Affairs and can lose your one-card privileges. You can be told that you have an interim suspension because you have not followed the regulations. We're really serious about this. The masks are incredibly important in trying to make sure that you're protected and that others are protected. And so there will be no tolerance about not wearing your mask. And then the third piece when you come into class each day is that there will be hand sanitizers that should be close to your classroom. So you need to grab one of those wipes or to get a paper towel and put some of that material on and clean your space before class starts, and then use that to clean the space again at the end of the class, so that constantly those spaces are being cleaned by people who are in the room. And then afterwards, each day, facilities will also be doing some cleaning in each one of the classrooms to make sure that we keep all of our spaces clean as well. So thinking about your own personal responsibility for ensuring that those safety protocols is followed is going to be key to us actually be able to open. You probably saw that University of North Carolina tried to open. They were unsuccessful in doing that and went entirely remote. But there are some key differences between UAB and North Carolina. For example, North Carolina did not test any of their students before they came back. We are testing all of our students on campus before they come back.
Is there a reversal plan or something in the infrastructure if the cases of COVID-19 rise on campus?
So yes, so there's an incident command committee that looks daily at the number of cases on campus, the number of cases in students, the number of cases in faculty and staff. It looks at what our surrounding community is doing. It looks at what our hospital capacity is doing. So we are constantly monitoring to make the best health and safety decisions for the campus.
For hybrid classes, on the days you are not required to be in the classroom, you will participate online during class time, right?
So again, it depends on the instructor. So some instructors may use part of that time to give you some out-of-class assignments that don't require you to be involved in the classroom. So you need to look at the syllabus for each one of your classes to see how the instructor will be handling that for their students.
If your class only meets once a week, but it says that it is a hybrid class, how do you know which days you will come onto campus for that class?
The schedule will tell you which day you are supposed to be in class. So when you do your schedule, make sure you look and see how the class has been laid out for you.
Okay, and then there's a comment, the health check icon on the UAB never works. I'm not sure
I think you should reload your UAB app, because I've used this probably 50 times and it has worked every single time. The other way to get to health check is through the portal, the UAB portal. If you don't want to do it through your app, I find the app to be the easiest. You can also access it that way.
Okay, can off-campus students follow hybrid courses?
I'm not sure I understand the question. So if you are an off-campus student and you are enrolled in a hybrid class, then yes.
For those who will be doing the hybrid learning, will those who will be online be able to ask questions during class time if the class is being viewed live?
Yes. So there's full access to participation. The instructor can hear you. The idea here is that this allows us the most flexibility, but that you can still participate in the classroom. I don't know if you've been to any of the town halls, but one of the things we did in one of them recently was demonstrate what the classroom looks like and how the instructor can write on the whiteboard and you can still see it. They can zoom in on it, how the camera follows the instructor as they move around, that the faculty can call on people who are in the remote session to also participate in the classroom. So this, while it will be different, still involves a lot of participation by individuals, no matter whether or not they're in person or remote.
For hybrid courses that meet once a week, is the attendance start date the day where our in-person instruction begins? Then we'll alternate going forward from that date.
So whatever the day is that is on your schedule, that's the day you show up for the class. And then if the instructor has additional instructions at that point in time, they'll give them at that point in time. But whatever day is on the schedule, what we want to avoid is having everybody, for example, in a class that meets a couple times a week, we want to avoid having everybody show up to the class on the same day because we can't accommodate you and still maintain social distancing. So whatever that day is on your schedule, particularly during that first week, it's very important to show up on that day.
Where can we pick up our UAB mask if we cannot make it to the drive-through pickup?
Bookstore.
What happens if the health check passport crashes, such as right now, I'm getting a message that there's a technical issue?
So we're doing some updates on health check, and they are watching very carefully to try to avoid any kind of technical difficulties. I'll check to see what the issue is today, but they'll be trying to avoid having any kind of crashes.
I did the health check and the COVID training. Will GuideSafe send an email for COVID testing?
You should have already received your email for COVID testing. That's not what prompts it. If you have not had, if you've not received your email for testing and you're coming onto campus, you should probably check with student health to see what the issue is.
Where can we upload our COVID-19 test results?
There is, on Student Health's website, there's a place to upload your results.
Can out-of-state students disregard notices without being penalized for not doing health checks?
So if your faculty member and program has identified that you are solely online, then you come off the list where we're looking for compliance issues. If they have not done so, then you probably would get a notice. And once you get that first notice of non-compliance, you need to make sure that you get on the list that indicates that you are not going to be on campus.
What if you are a full-time essential employee and your job doesn't strictly follow the COVID-19 precautions?
Then you should report it. And there are a variety of ways of reporting it. So the first thing to do is if you have a supervisor, is to let that supervisor know that there's been an issue. And there's also an ethics hotline where you can make that report. And the more specific information, the easier it is for them to investigate whether or not that's the case.
Then can graduate students who have been on campus since March get a free COVID-19 test?
Students who are beginning in August are getting the free tests. Students who have been on campus, like clinical students, are part of the Sentinel testing effort. So that they're ramping up that Sentinel testing effort and asking more students to participate in that. When you get one of those requests, that's the time to get the test.
And this has already been answered, but he might have come on late. From when and where can we get the UAB mask?
There will be distribution. I don't have that information. I think it's in lot 4 on the 21st and the 22nd from 9 to noon. If I'm remembering that correctly. Kim, if you could put that into the chat.
Yes, and that is right. And then they're also doing it the next week. So the 24th, there I know we'll be at Lister Hill Library because I'm going to be there.
Okay.
And that's from, that'll be from 7 to 6, I think, is when they're going to be set up there. And then I think also university, there's another place too that it's going to be at. But I'll send that information out to everybody as well. So I'll send an email to the grad school listserv so all of you will get that information too.
Great. And then of course, if for some reason you don't get your mask at that point in time, then you come by the bookstore and pick it up. I also want to reiterate that you don't have to wear this mask. These are a welcome back gift But if you have your own mask that you want to wear, that's fine too. This is just to make sure that everybody has access to masks. All right, I have to go. I got somebody knocking at my door, so I need to leave. But again, let me welcome you and say we're so excited to have you back, and I know we're going to have a fantastic fall semester. Thank you so much. Bye.
Okay, for everybody else's question, I will try to get the answers and send them out to everybody. And then the next portion will start at 10:05. UAB Police will be here to answer some questions. So y'all can hang out for the next 10 minutes or so, or you can come back. Completely up to you. Okay, thank y'all for joining us. We now will have a presentation from the UAB Police Department.
All right, just forgive me because this is kind of still new to me. Hello and welcome to the UAB family. I'm Sergeant Stephen Gladden. I work for the Crime Prevention for UAB Police and Public Safety Department. I'm going to give you some information about the department and answer any questions you may have at the end. Hopefully y'all can see the screen. Can you see the screen, Kimberly? Yeah, okay. All right, so let's go work through this a little bit as we go. All right. First off, we have 131 sworn police officers at this department, commissioned by the state. So we are fully sworn police officers, just like any other agencies out there. We have 131 officers, which is like very large police department for this small area that we actually cover. We also have, in addition to the 131 police officers, we have 65 security officers that help out around the areas too, at different areas of the campus. Our department maintains safety for both the university and the hospital sides of UAB. So we patrol both sides. We patrol these areas by the following ways. We use cars, SUVs, bicycles, Segways, T3s, motorcycles, and we also do foot patrols throughout the buildings that we have. We provide several different services to stay safe here on UAB. So like that's the number one thing that when we talk to students, like is just the sense of feeling safe. It's not actually the safety portion, because our campus is extremely safe compared to other campuses that are like us. Like if you go to Georgia, Georgia Tech, I think it is, it's downtown like that. We're a much safer campus than they are. So we just try to make the sense of feeling safe. So some of the things that we do is we installed help phones, and we have over 500 help phones throughout campus. And usually if you run from one to the next one, you can do that in like 10 to 15 seconds. So they're actually stationed throughout pretty close, especially in the more populated areas where the students are. We also provide through our transportation services a thing called MARS. And so basically this service, if you lock your keys in your car, if you run out of gas, if you need air in your tire, if you need a jump start because your battery's dead, you can call and get them to assist you. And I'm going to provide those numbers here in a second. I'm just going to go through some of this. So let's go to the next slide real quick. The next thing that I'm going to talk about is RAD, Rape Aggression Defense. It's a self-defense class taught for females only, and it's a free for all students and employees. I'm one of our instructors. It's one of the best classes that I teach. I teach several different things for our police officers. I teach our self-defense for our police officers, but this RAD class is one of the best ones that I teach. Really great class. If you're if you want to bring like a parent, or if you want to bring somebody outside of UAB, I think we charge $55, and that's just like for equipment, and so we can keep that up. But really great class. If you're interested, just either contact me. My number will be at the end, or you can go to our website, which will also be at the end, and sign up that way. The Blazer Express is also available between 9:30 p.m. and 5:30 a.m. If you look there, it says on the note on our slide right here, if something happens and you feel like you need an escort at any time, you can contact our police department, and we will find either a police officer will give you an escort, or we'll get a hold of transportation services and get you somewhere safely, okay? We're always there to provide anything that you need. The next slide right here is the Rave Guardian app. This app is really, really cool. So basically you download it, it's free, you type in your information. After you get all your information in there, it's basically the way it works is like a virtual escort. So you've got it on your phone, and something like you're walking from, say, the police department to the library. Basically you can say that's going to take me like 2 to 3 minutes, but just say that you set it for 5 minutes. And then when you walk over there, if you don't say, hey, I got to my location, it's going to call your guardian. So a really cool little app. If you need something and you need to make a like emergency thing while you got that app pulled up, you can press the button and it will contact your guardian. You can make the guardian the police department. You can make it your mom, your dad, friend, loved ones, whatever you'd like for it to be. But really cool app to download. The next information that I'm going to go over is going to be the B Alert. Basically, when you become a student here or an employee here, you're automatically enrolled to this. And what it does is anytime there's like an emergency notification, it sends you either a text, an email, or calls you. You can actually set it up to do all of the above. So really cool little system that we have in place here. The cool thing that I like about it is that you can actually like have a loved one signed up also, so they can see those alerts. So if there's something that happens on campus, we are responsible to immediately notify people as soon as we possibly can. As soon as we know what kind of things going on, we put that out for the students and employees to know about it, to be aware of. And it might be like a shelter in place, or it might be weather related, or whatever it is. All right, let's go to the next slide here. The next slide right here is just going to be some of the phone numbers. Hopefully y'all can see these pretty good. The first one right there is the MARS number, the Motor Assist Roadside Service. Really good number to have. I'm going to read them out just in case somebody can't see the slides. It's 205-975-6277. So take a second, put that in your phone now, because you might not ever see the slide again or have to look it up. So please do that. The next one right there is going to be the Campus Escort Services. Again, that's the one if you need a ride and it's 9:30 to 5:30 a.m., you can call them and they will give you a ride. I would think that if you call that number and it's before that time or whatever else, they'll either get you to the police department or they'll get somebody out there or give you alternate routes like a bus or a route or something of that nature. But that's 205-934-8772. The UAB Police emergency number. Now this is kind of important. Our phone number is 205-934-3535. So the reason I say that's important is this. If you hit 911, what it's going to do is it's going to give you the Birmingham 911 dispatch. So if you need to reach us, you need to dial this number. Now the good thing is that's been happening a lot. People call 911 and it automatically routes over there, and then they quickly give it to our dispatch. So worst case scenario, if you're in a pinch and you need to dial 911, don't worry about it, do that. But if you know that you need to get a hold of us, you can put that as a hot button in your phone and just put that phone number in there. The non-emergency number, which it calls the same line, they answer it the same way, I think, is the UAB Police non-emergency, which is 205-934-4434. Both of those numbers, put those in there or just put one, either word, doesn't really matter, and you'll get our UAB dispatch. Something that I didn't go over too much, the help phones call our dispatch too. And when you call those help phones, it gives the location exactly where you're at. So if they need to, they can dispatch a police officer to your exact location. Really cool thing. All right, so the last little portion right there is I put up there, your friend in the police department. I truly mean that. I'm here to help out everybody as much as possible. My brother worked here for several years. My mom works here still. Been here for almost 20 years, and I've been here for almost 10 years. I went to school here. My mom and my brother both got 3 degrees here each. So this place is my community. When I train and I do stuff, I train to protect my family and to protect my other officers and protect the guests and the students and visitors of UAB. So right here, this is my office number that you see, which is 205-934-2409. I'm out of the office a lot, so I actually gave you my work cell there too. Anytime that you need anything, you can call that phone number, 205-410-5864. I've got that phone number, that phone on me at all times. You can even send me a text message. I'm fine with that. And I'll try to answer any questions that you possibly might have. That's also my email right there. I went to school here, like I said, so my Blazer ID is kind of funny right there. So it's stevo524@uab.edu. The address for our police department is the 1117 14th Street South, Birmingham. One key point that we have, this building that we built, it looks like the back side, it looks like the front side. If you come to that side, those doors are locked. So go to the 14th Street side. It'll be a lot easier on you. And there is a small parking area for you to go there. The last little thing that I have there is going to be our actual website. Has every information that we can possibly think of on there. If you need anything, you can shoot me an email. I have a video with all this information already done and made it all pretty and stuff like that due to this COVID-19. And but yeah, it was good to meet all y'all, and hopefully if y'all have any questions, I can figure out how to look to see what questions you might have.
So there are a couple questions. One, is there a RAD course for the trans community?
So right now, the way our officers that went to the RAD program only trained in females. If you contact us, and we have enough things, we can try to send somebody to that training. Right now, I think all training has been kind of said, hey, we can't go anywhere kind of thing. And also just because of financial stuff, we haven't been able to send a lot of people to training right now. But if you'll contact us and let us know what your situation is, and we will see what we can do to work with it. But right now, the classes that we teach is for females only.
If we need to look up the numbers, where can we find them?
The numbers for what?
I think the numbers that were on your previous screen.
Oh, well, I'll come back to it real quick, if that's still up there. But you can go to our UAB, you just type in UAB Police Department on Google, and it will pull up our website right there. I think it probably the very first one, just like UAB Police Department. And then you can go through our website and find every single one of those phone numbers that I have up there. The number one key thing is this. If you call that 934-4434, our UAB dispatch will get you to the right number if you call that number. I'm not saying just use them as a call center, but they are able to get you to whatever you need to if you call that number. So 205-934-4434, they'll get you to Mars if they need to. If they need to get you to campus escort, they will also do that too.
I think you already answered this, but if you could again, is a RAD class running right now with COVID going on?
Right now we have suspended it. The next class was to be taught in September. We will see with the school starting back how that works. If everything looks like it's good, then we will contemplate having it in November, because we had it scheduled. Our schedule was supposed to be September 14th through the 16th, because it's a 3-day class in the afternoons. And then it was supposed to be September 28th through the 30th, also a 3-day course. It's like 5:30 to 9:30, I think. And then in November, it was going to be the 9th through the 11th. Like I said, it is an amazing class. I just got in crime prevention and got promoted March 1st. So this is all kind of new to me. So hopefully I did a pretty decent job of giving this information, but really good class. If it doesn't happen this year, then if you're looking at it in 2021, I'm sure we'll be doing it, and we usually do it in March, June, September, and maybe a class in November.
Is Mars services only for students while they are on campus?
So Mars services are just in the general area of UAB. So basically, let's kind of just give the breakdown of anything that has UAB right next to it. Usually what Mars says is they want you to be in a lot that is UAB's. So like if you're in remote lot 1, remote lot 2, etc., wherever you're parked at, but if let's say that you're parked on the street, they'll have to make that determination. I think they would help you if you're parked in like a parking meter right there in front of the library or say. You just call and tell them exactly where they're at, and they'll come to your side to help you.
And then what are some of the things taught in the RAD class?
The way it works is RAD, the first night that we're there, we do a lecture portion. After we finish the lecture portion, we'll go to very basic movements. And then after we do the first night, we'll go in a little bit more advanced stuff. And that will be from anything from bear hugs to neck holds, anything that you can think of is in that class. They've kind of went in there and addressed it. And if there is something that comes up with my training that I have for the self-defense for the police officers, and I'm also a firearms instructor, I can pretty much answer most of those questions. And then on the third night, what we do is we let you try out the moves that you have learned. So like basically me and another instructor will get into a full red man suit. So we're completely protected, and you'll get to actually simulate how those moves are used and use them against us. Any other questions? I think you're muted.
Oh, I wasn't talking yet.
Okay.
But thank you. There's nothing else right now.
Mhm.
So, so if no one else has any questions, then I think we're good to go unless you have something else you'd like to add.
Just like I said, that I changed it back to the last slide right there. If it's still sharing, I think it is. If you need anything, shoot me a text, call me. If you don't need me and you want to just talk to our dispatch or get to somewhere, I'll go back to the 934-4434. Okay, it was good to meet everybody, and congratulations on picking UAB.
Okay, our next session will start at 10:25 and it's Veteran Services. So we'll see y'all in a few seconds.
Hey, Kim, can I ask you a quick question?
Crap.
You're muted.
Sorry. Yes, you can. I always do that.
Sorry. I know they're starting in just a minute. Did you read anything or hear anything about the one card with the ID badge?
Oh, asking about if you're getting them or what specifically?
Yeah, we should probably wait until we get the negative COVID test to go get our badge, correct?
Yeah, well, I have copied all of the questions in the chat that were not asked when Dr. Benoit was on. And so as soon as I get answers to all of those, I will follow up with everybody. So I'll send an email with all the answers. So yeah, I'm actually just sending that information to Dean McMahon now.
Great, thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I just don't want to, I don't want to say anything incorrect. So I'm going to make sure I ask Dean McMahon for all of that, just so I know that the answers are correct.
Perfect. Yeah, I got off for a second. I didn't know if you answered that question. Thanks so much.
No problem. Okay. Okay, everyone, we're going to get started with the next session. So we have Veteran Services and Chelsea Jordan. Thank you.
Yeah, hey everyone. My name is Chelsea Jordan, and I am one of the certifying officials in our Veteran Services office. Along with me, there is Annie Sellers and Walter Stewart, who is our director. And in our office is basically all of your go-to questions about your veteran benefits, your dependent benefits, or anything you need. We process all of that in our office. So some of you guys may have talked with us before you've come, getting your certificates and everything sent to our emails or whatnot. And if you haven't, then I'm gonna drop our information in the chat box to just so you guys can connect with us. Throughout the semester, we have different events, and we're still going to do some events this semester and it's connected to your benefits, it's connected to career building or whatnot. So we want to get you connected in any way we can to other veterans and dependents, as well as the university, in any way that we can. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And if you guys ever have any questions, our office is in the Hill Center, room 313. And in there, of course, we have some COVID guidelines where it's not as much space that we're being able to utilize, but we have computers, we have printers for you guys to use, study space, just a lounging area, TV. So you guys can use that. All you have to do is bring in your one card, and then you'll have access to that. Yeah. Is anybody using benefits or have any questions about that? Okay, I'm gonna put let's see. I'm putting our information in there. Do we have some questions?
Hi, Chelsea. There's a couple of questions on here. I'll go in order.
Okay.
First one is, when will all benefits cover our tuition? Will it be before school starts?
Okay. So that's a question. Good question. That's a question that we get from a lot of students. So if you're using post 9/11, a lot of times what we do is we'll certify you before the semester starts. We don't enter in tuition and fees until after drop and add date, because that gives you guys the opportunity to change your classes as need be without being fined or having any debts with the school or the VA. And so what we'll do is we'll submit that tuition after drop and add date. So you won't see it on your account, but there will be a courtesy posting on there. So that lets student accounting know that there's money coming for this portion of the tuition and fees that the VA is responsible for. So you won't get any late fees on the portion that the VA is responsible for. Now, outside of what the VA is paying, like if you have a meal plan, if you have dining, that's something that you will need to pay ahead of time, and will, if you don't, and that is based on the guidelines of the payment plan and everything that student accounting sets in place.
Thank you. The next question is, if I start school without veteran benefits, can I add them later in the semester?
Yes. The only thing we ask is that you guys bring a certificate of eligibility. That just lets us know that you have those, you're entitled to those benefits. And as soon as you bring it to us, we'll apply it to your account and then get you set up.
Okay. The next one is, do you guys serve alongside with the VA Medical Center Hall with students who want to volunteer or anything of that relation? Or are you guys mainly financial services with the School of Veterans?
Okay, that's a good question. So we do have partners with the VA Medical Center and just with different VA resources within the community. And if you ever have questions about that, I would suggest coming or emailing us, calling us or whatnot to ask how we can put you in contact, because our director, Walter Stewart, is very connected in our community and has a lot of connections and has been able to get people in contact with different resources or whatnot based on the student's needs. So I just ask that you guys reach out to us and then we'll get you connected. And another thing about that, some of our events are related to some of the resources that are within the community. So we'll have different resources that are not just UAB centered, that are VA connected, that are outside of the UAB, that'll come in and talk to us and talk to the students and whatnot. And we send you guys emails and everything about information about events and everything that we're having.
Okay, the next question is, I'm Chapter 35 DEA. Will it be similar to post 9/11 or different?
Will it be similar? So with Chapter 35 is a stipend only. So when we submit your enrollment, you will get a stipend to your whatever account that you set up, your whatever bank account or savings account that you set up when you apply for the benefit. The difference between Chapter 35 and post 9/11 is post 9/11 also receives a monthly stipend, but the tuition, the VA will pay a portion of the tuition and fees. With Chapter 35, tuition and fees are not paid for. It's just a monthly stipend.
Okay, Chelsea, got another one. Will GI Bill cover the extra fees added onto our accounts? Example, MBA program has a leadership and professional development fee.
Okay, so the VA pays for all tuition and fees related to classes or courses. So the only thing that we don't count for is, like I said, the meal plan, housing. Yeah, meal plan and housing are the two that I can think of, but that like that leadership fee or whatnot, that's something that would be included in what the VA would pay for. Awesome. Any more questions? Great. Well, if you guys have any questions, I put our emails in there. You guys feel free to reach out to us at any time.
Thank you, Chelsea.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, everyone, our next session will start at 10:45. It's professional development opportunities.
put this in your laundry basket.
Okay, we're gonna get started in about 1 more minute. So y'all just hold on just a second, okay?
Kim, you're muted.
Okay, so we have the professional development program with the grad schools available to talk to you a little bit about the professional development opportunities available to you. So take it away, y'all.
Hey, good morning and welcome to UAB. We are the professional development program from the graduate school, and we're here to talk to you a little bit about what we have to offer to help support you throughout your academic journey here at UAB. I'm Dr. Kelly Carter. I am the director of the professional development program. And there are also other people here today that I'm going to let them introduce themselves that are a part of the professional development team. So Nancy, if you'll introduce yourself. Yeah.
Everyone, I'm Nancy Abney. Welcome to UAB. As Kelly said, we are here as the professional development program to support your professional skills development. And I run the CERTL program, our Center for the Integration of Research, Teaching, and Learning. So those of you who want to be future faculty, I can help you achieve that goal.
All right, Sarah.
Hey everyone, I'm Dr. Sarah Creel. I am the academic writing instructor in the professional development department. I run the research communication certificate, so I'm the person to come to if you have questions about academic writing, presentation skills, any kind of academic communication. I'm your person.
All right, Lisa.
Hi everyone, I am Lisa Kerr and I am the director for the LEAD certificate, which is Leadership and Professional Development Graduate Certificate, as well as the program director for the Interdisciplinary Graduate Degree Plan. So we're just really excited that you are here, and we wanted to let you know that we're here. We can answer any questions you have about professional development program and encourage you to make the most of your opportunities here while you're at UAB. At this point in time, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so you all can maybe, here we go. I am going to share my screen. Make sure that we have it. Here we go. Okay, so really the biggest thing that we want to do is make sure that you know that we're here for you and with it, this professional development program and what that means, what we have to offer. So very briefly, because we know that you are seeing a whole bunch of things all throughout the day today, we're not going to inundate you with too much information, but want to reiterate 3 main points. 1, that we are available for you. 2, professional development is a priority for UAB institutionally, so please take advantage of these opportunities. And 3, to let you know that if there's something you're interested in gaining more information about, or a course or something that you're seeing as a gap in the curriculum we're offering, or in your experience at UAB, we're a great place to bring those suggestions to us, and we will respond as quickly as we can, or get you connected to systems of support that are already there for you. So careers today are hybrid. We know this. You all are going into and advancing into your career for a variety of different processes. And life today is a bit crazy. So just taking a moment to note that. The point of the UAB PDP, and I'm going to kick this off to Dr. Carter and let her give a little bit of an overview of the program. But again, we're here to help support you in preparing your professionalism for your tomorrow and beyond.
So we do want to say that we are a kind of a unique program across the United States. The graduate school and the dean, especially of the graduate school, helps support students as they're augmenting what they need to learn in their academic programs. These are things that will help you be even more competitive in the job market once you finish your degree. Currently we have 5 certificates. I could be wrong. Someone please let me know if I am wrong about that. But we have 5 certificates through this program that, there they are. We have mentoring and leadership, research communication, research lab management, CERTL, which Ms. Abney said is the teaching at the college level certificate, and the new LEAD program that Dr. Kerr runs. And these are all 4 credits, so you can work on these certificates as you're working on your other academic programs. And each of them have their own mission. In mentoring and leadership, I know you see a leadership down where LEAD is, but mentoring and leadership is specifically going to focus on the mentoring part of leadership and how they combine what it takes to become a mentoring leader. So for those who really want to go down that path, really want to focus on that as you're getting your other academic credits, then I'm actually the director of that one. And so I would love to answer questions about that. If we don't have time today, please reach out to all of us with any questions. We're happy to set aside time to answer those questions. I'm going to skip research communication for now, just because Dr. Lisa Schwiebert, who is the director of research lab management, is not here today, but that's a new certificate program as well. So if this is your focus is to become a PI, to be in your own lab, to be running your own lab, this is the certificate for you. This is going to help you get all of those things together, and that way when you do graduate, you do get that first job, you're not starting cold in a lab and trying to manage that lab. So, so those are 2 of the certificates, and then I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Creel to talk to you about research communication.
Hi again. So research communication is an A-level certificate now. It will actually go on your transcript. It's 15 hours of courses. We have 2 main capstone courses that you can take. Those are presentation and discussion skills, as well as writing research for broad audiences. Those courses are 3 hours each. So that makes up 6 hours of the 15-hour certificate. And then you can mix and match according to your own professional interests in research communication for the rest of the 15 hours. We have Saturday workshops that are 1 hour. We have longer semester-long classes that are 3 hours. The PDP is all about having classes with times that work for you and topics that work for you. You can also take electives within the research communication certificate. So there's lots of ways to do it, and if you're interested, we invite you to come talk to us and we'll help you figure out your particular track.
Nancy, will you go next?
Sure. Thanks, Sarah. So CERTL, our Center for the Integration of Research, Teaching and Learning. So a lot of new faculty end up going into their first job with very little teaching experience. You'll get great research experience at UAB. And so the goal of CERTL, which is a national consortium of institutions. There are over 40 institutions in the CERTL network. And our goal is to create great researchers and great instructors as well. So there are 3 levels of certificates that you can earn through CERTL at UAB. At the foundation level is CERTL Associate, and that just gives you a basic foundation in good evidence-based pedagogical practices in the classroom. If you want that 15 credit category A certificate to go on your transcript, then you can you can join the CERTL practitioner. You'll not only learn that foundation of best practices in college teaching, but you'll actually get to put those into practice. There's another level of CERTL Scholar Certificate if you are interested to do classroom-based research, to learn how to actively engage in research in your own classroom. So that's CERTL at UAB in a nutshell. Every semester there are courses offered at every level, and I can help you plan your professional development. Just reach out to me at any time.
Great. And so then that leads to the LEAD certificate at this point in time. The LEAD program is designed at the master's level, and it is designed primarily for leadership skill and competency development. And so these core courses are there to prepare you to feel confident and feel empowered in taking on more leadership roles within the environments and where you are going to work or you are going to lead. So whereas mentoring and leadership is really focusing on that mentoring component and mentoring leadership specifically, the LEAD is much more of a tactical, practical, these are very specific skills, competencies to approach. So with that, that program has a few core courses: Introduction to Leadership, Ethical Leadership. There is a Team Building and Team Dynamics Leadership, and then the Capstone course. But then, like many of the other certificates we've talked about, there are a collection of optional courses that you can take. And something that's really interesting and beneficial to you all is that many of these optional elective courses that you take for LEAD may also apply to the Mentoring and Leadership certificate, may also apply in part to CERTL. So you may utilize some of these courses that we offer in order to meet the definitions and the expectations for all of those certificates. And then at the end, if you complete the requirements for those certificates, you will be noted all of those credentials on your transcript. So as we don't have time to go over all of these in detail as we really would, but we want to encourage you to check out the PDP and to see what some of these courses are. And then again, reiterate the fact that we are here to support you and your professional development. And so if you don't see something and you would like to see it, let us know. An example, around this time last year, Dr. Carter and I heard from a few students and faculty and staff saying, you know, we're kind of stressed out. What can we do? We put together a free offering of a mindfulness seminar over lunch. So that's another thing that the PDP does, is we put on this free offering. Here's mindfulness. We had 40 some plus people show up for that free offering. We advertised it for 3 days and we noticed, wow, there's a lot of interest in this topic. So we then created and developed the emotional intelligence course. So that's an example of you letting us know what you need and how we will identify who can deliver that and bring in the expertise to be able to get that delivered to you. And then one final thing that we had been asked to share was the introduction to the new Interdisciplinary Graduate Studies degree plan. The IGS program is what we're referencing it as, is a new degree plan where you can stack 2 graduate certificates on top of each other, add 1 research to practice capstone course, and earn a master's degree. So while you are working towards these certificates, if at the end of your doctoral program, let's say you're here for a doctoral program and you earn a couple of these certificates, you can also then add that another credential of an interdisciplinary graduate program to that. So wanted to make sure that you're aware of that. Again, if you have questions about any of these things, please let us know. I think we're running out of time, so we wanted to make sure that we took moments to open up the floor for anybody to ask questions. So I'm going to stop share and see what questions we have. And
Caitlin wanted to know who would be best to reach out to about the research laboratory management.
Dr. Lisa Schwiebert, and we will put, yep, and we'll go ahead and get her email address in the chat here as soon as we can get that in there as well. And we will forward this information with all of our contact information on as well, so you all will know how to get in touch with us.
Can you work toward more than one of the certifications during your time at UAB?
Yes, you can. That's the beauty of it. And that's part of this too, is to recognize that for most of these certificates, you don't have to be interested in completing the entire certificate either. We like to encourage you to do that because then the credential shows up on your transcript. However, if there's a class from the LEAD program, a class from Leadership and Mentoring that you want to take, a CERTL course, you choose these specifically to support you in your professional development as you move forward. Courses are taught online as well as face-to-face. Right now, we're all online. So that's definitely an option. But for each of the certificates out there, we do have options for students to take some of the courses online. So those are available for you as well. Any other questions?
For research communication, who should be contacted?
That's me. I'll put my email address in the chat box.
Will we need to both submit a graduate school application and declare intent to pursue a LEAD certificate?
No, so if you are already a graduate student, all you need to do is complete the intent to pursue for any of these certificates. If you ultimately decide that you want to stack 2 certificates together for a master's program, you will need to apply specifically to the IGS as well, but you do not need to do that before you start the certificates. You can realize a few years in, oh my goodness, I've completed the lab management certificate and the communication certificate. I've earned a master's. By all means, apply to the IGS and combine it as you can.
So Kim, I think this is a question for you that someone just jumped into the session. Is this?
Yeah, I responded to her.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yes, it is being recorded. So we will post it on the website, and then I'll also email it to the grad school listserv. So if you missed anything from today, you will be able to have a chance to go back and watch it all over again. Okay, if there are no more questions, then professional development, thank y'all so much for being here. And then everybody should have their contact information. So if you have any more questions, feel free to email them directly.
Thanks for the opportunity, Kim. Welcome, everyone.
Thanks.
Okay, so we will start at 11:05 and we'll have Leah Morgan with the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. So give us just about 2 more minutes and then we'll be back. Okay, so we are going to start with our next session. Thank you so much, Bria, for being here, and I'll let you take it away.
Thank you for having me. I'm going to share my screen really quickly. Okay, can everyone see that? Okay, well, my name is Bria Morgan, and I am in my 4th year in the medical sociology program in the College of Arts and Sciences. And currently I serve as the graduate assistant for the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, which is currently located in Campbell Hall and also in the administration building. Just to tell you a little bit about our office, our main goal here on campus is to advocate for inclusive excellence for our faculty, staff, students, community partners, and friends. We really want to inspire everyone on campus to take a courageous step to inspire equity and inclusive excellence. And our vision is inspiring inclusive excellence every day. And so we kind of function under that principle, under that standard, and we kind of give that standard for campus. So some of the things that our office oversees just here on campus, institutional equity. We do have a division for campus and community engagement, diversity education, civility and campus climate. And then we also have a number of constituent groups who kind of fall under our office. That includes the Commission on the Status of Women, Equity Leadership Council, the African American Faculty Association, and the Alliance for LGBTQ Equality. So just to tell you a little bit about our campus engagement, prior to the pandemic and COVID-19, we were holding a number of conferences, a number of panels, different discussions on campus, really within our critical conversation sector. Now, all of that has been taken virtual. And so we have these critical conversations to discuss the things that are impacting the Birmingham community and the UAB campus directly. Our office, we usually put together a number of panels and have those individuals speak on a number of different topics, including police brutality here in Birmingham and worldwide. We've done being a part of the community, belonging to the community, different things like that. And those are usually posted or shared via our social media, which I have here displayed at the bottom. Be sure to follow us, just a side note. But you can find that on our Facebook Live, and all of those videos are stored. Sometimes we cross-post with the Institute for Human Rights. So you just kind of have to stay up to date with some of our virtual events. And always be checking the campus calendar for different things that we'll have going on. Something else you can find on the campus calendar are diversity education. So currently we offer courses for cultural awareness building blocks, safe zone, unconscious bias, am I missing one? And bystander intervention. And so additional information about those courses can be found on our website, which is www.uab.edu/DEI, or you can even go to the campus calendar to find more information about those specific courses. But you would sign up via the online learning system. And those courses kind of go into detail about cultural bias, some of the biases that we aren't aware of, how to be an effective bystander, different things like that, how to be a safe place for the people around you, different things like that. That's just a little bit about our office. I'm open to take any questions that you all may have. Yeah, thank you for inviting me again. And if you all have any questions, you can drop them in the chat or go ahead and ask. see any questions.
I can ask a question. So in case someone missed your point, how can an individual get involved with your group? More, I guess, one-on-one or more, I guess more involved with what you guys are doing so they can also take part and help you.
So first thing, you can always be or inspire inclusive excellence in the work that you do personally. We always encourage our students, faculty, and staff to kind of keep that in their daily routine, their daily interactions, their daily activities. But to get acquainted with the office right now, since everything is pretty much virtual, I would say just start following us on our social media, which is linked down at the bottom. We post different articles, different ways for you to engage. And if you ever have any concerns with diversity or anything related to institutional equity, you can always email us and we would get back to you. But I would say go ahead and follow our social media. Also look into some of our diversity education courses to see if that would be something that you're interested in, just to kind of better yourself in the field of diversity.
And would an individual just sign up through BlazerNet for that, or do they reach out to your office to sign up for those courses?
So to sign up for the courses, you actually go to the online learning system. I can see if I can drop a link for that. Once I finish talking, I'll drop a link in the chat for the online learning system. And you would basically just search out diversity education, or if you know the specific course that you're interested in, you could just search for that specific course to see the dates and times available. And those courses are held via Zoom right now. So it's kind of easy to work them into your schedule. Thank you for asking. Any other
Hello.
questions?
Hi, my name is Malam. May I ask a question?
Sure.
Yeah, my name is Malam. Yeah, I'm just looking to the actual situation of COVID. I want to ask how effectively, what's your, because things are no more equal as in the past. So what are you doing differently right now to strengthen the diversity?
Just virtually?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
So right now, our, as I mentioned, we have a number of constituent groups, and they're still meeting. They've still been meeting since we've kind of moved to or transitioned to virtual learning. And they're still meeting to figure out the best ways to maintain diversity, equity, and inclusion here on campus. And a lot of that has come through our community engagement as well as our campus engagement. And we should be rolling out a few different things for the fall semester. As I said, you would just have to stay up to date with the campus calendar and some of the things on our website, where we kind of address different aspects of diversity while going into virtual learning. So yes. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you. About that, yes, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And then Bria, we have one. Are there any diversity related student associations that grad students can get involved in?
Okay, so we don't have any directly related student associations that fall under our office.
Yeah, and let me jump in a little bit on this too. Sophia, if you are able to come back at 12 o'clock, we have over a dozen graduate student organizations that are going to actually be part of the orientation, and they're going to be talking about the different things that they do and who they represent. I know there's a new, oh, I can't remember the name of it. It's a new organization. I think it's Graduate Students in Educational Diversity or something like that. So there is a new organization that started recently. And I know all of the organizations that are offered definitely have diversity related activities and things that they really try to push for inclusivity and stuff. So I would definitely try to come back at noon if you can, so you'll be able to find out about all of the different organizations that we have for graduate students. Sorry about that.
Oh, no,
Bria.
you're fine. Just to kind of go off of that, I did also do my undergraduate career at UAB. And although we don't specifically have an organization that falls, a student organization that falls under our office, I will say that generally all of the organizations on campus represent some aspect of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And that's just kind of how our campus is set up. And that's how we interact with each other, and just kind of the standard that we uphold campus-wide. So I see a few other questions. Let me see.
Yes, we have another one from BB. With everything going on nationally with the different injustices, how is your office making a difference and bringing awareness with involving students who also care about these matters?
Good question. So I'm actually going to pull up something really quickly just for my awareness. But we recently came out with a statement, kind of this program act. Give me just a second. And so it's anti-racism, a call to act. And so we're basically calling we're advocating for awareness, we're committing to education, and we're taking action. Oh, okay. And so basically we're kind of just putting out, right now we've put out a different statement just based on some of the things going on in the world and all the discrimination, basically calling everyone on campus to come under that specific action, to advocate for awareness, commit to education, and to take action. And we do have more information about that on our website, where we also offer different resources for information, different books, different syllabi for teachers who are taking courses, different things like that. I hope that answered your question, BB.
Okay. And then, is COVID-19 related discrimination considered as racial discrimination too? I worry I might experience that in the US because I'm from China. If I did experience that, what can I do to defend myself?
I don't know if this is a question that I would answer, just being one of the graduate assistants for the office, but to defend yourself, I would definitely say maybe not even defend yourself, but kind of just stand in who you are. Being a diverse person and advocating for inclusive excellence is kind of a daily task, a daily type of activity where you have to take on or you may face or encounter different types or forms of discrimination. And I think that one, you can stand in firmly in your being, in your identity, and whatever that may be. And if you feel that you can't defend yourself properly, you can always reach out to one of the student organizations, or you can come directly to our office to see if we need to step in to kind of take some kind of action on your behalf.
Can I add to that? I think if it comes down to like conflict resolution, the Ombuds Office is really good in that. If you're experiencing some type of discrimination because of COVID-19 or racial discrimination, and you need to have a very tough communication and you don't know how to approach that, the Ombuds person is really good resource for that, and she will be on at 1:40 today. So if you have the opportunity to come back and have a conversation with her, you can, or we'll post this recording later on as well.
And I also think they are asking if they experience any kind of discrimination, what's the next step? So who did they report to? What did they do next? So I think that might be what they meant, or that's what they said, that's what they meant.
Gotcha. Okay. So contact our office. Depending on the type of discrimination, you may also want to contact the Title IX office. Just kind of use the resources here on campus. I keep thinking about the multicultural office for student affairs, but that's more of an undergraduate office. So I would say definitely come to us if you have any questions, and we can see how best to assist you. And if not, we can work with some of the faculty to kind of address the matter.
Okay, are there any other questions for Bria? Okay. Well, thank you very much, Bria, for being here.
Sure, no problem. Thank you for having me. I'm going to stay on really quickly and drop those links in the chat. And if you all ever need anything, just feel free to stop by our office or contact us via email.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the next session is going to be student counseling, and we'll have April Coleman. That will start at 11:25. So if y'all stick around for a few more minutes, we'll get started with that one. April, are you here?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get started with the next one. Take it away.
Okay. And I will go ahead and see if I can start sharing my screen. Okay. Are you able to see that, Kimberly? Okay. Good deal. And I am just going to do just a test to make sure that it advances as I go to slide to slide. Okay. Did it change for you? Okay, good deal. Thank you. All right. Well, it's still morning. So good morning, everybody. I hope all of you are well. My name is April Coleman. I am with Student Counseling Services. And today I'm going to be talking to you briefly about some information about how to get connected with Student Counseling Services and how we are operating now under the limited business model. Okay. All right. So, Student Counseling Services. I am a clinical counselor over at Student Counseling Services. I am the outreach coordinator, I'm the social media coordinator, and I facilitate a group, and the list can go on and on and on. So, but this is the rest of our staff. We have about 12 licensed counselors on staff. We have 2 social workers, 1 LMFT, licensed marriage, family, and therapy therapist, and a case manager. Our case manager, she was hired right before the pandemic, but she's been on and she's been very great. She's a very great resource for us, and we just appreciate everything that she's doing based on how we are operating right now. So all of our therapists, we are licensed in the state of Alabama, and we are also certified in telemental health. So through our limited business model, we are offering counseling appointments via Zoom or by phone. We are still seeing individuals, we're seeing couples, and then also we do have some groups in the phone. And our groups are limited right now because of the limited business model. We are open Monday through Friday. Our hours are 8 a.m. until 5 p.m. Our services are free and confidential. You can book appointment through our web by utilizing your patient portal. And you go in, when you book that first appointment, you are going to book an appointment with our triage counselor. The triage counselor will give you a call. That call is anywhere from 15 minutes to 20 minutes, and it's assessing for needs. It's identifying what your presenting concerns are and things of that nature. From that conversation, if it is set where you are to be scheduled with a counselor, they'll give you the information on the counselor that you'll be seeing based on your individualized needs and things of that sort. And our triage counselors, they are very intentional about, when they're placing you with a counselor, to make sure that it's going to be a fit for you based on your concerns. You have the ability to say that you would like to see a male counselor or a female counselor, or if you had a different, race that you would want or feel comfortable with seeing. We're able to accommodate those requests. The thing with this is we want to make sure that you are comfortable, and that ensures that you are going to go through your process comfortably and have a good, year or experience at UAB. If you choose not to book an appointment through our patient portal via the web, you can call our number. And our number is, and I'm sorry that is not on the screen, it's 205-934-5816. When you call our number, you will speak with either Stephen or Joe, and they will take your request, and then they will get that still over to the triage counselor. Okay, so fairly simple process. Even under these circumstances and things of that nature, we wanted to make it, where students can have the access and things of that sort. So, but our hours are still the same. It's free. I keep saying free, and I say that very loosely. Your tuition has already paid for this particular service. So in paying for this particular service, being able to utilize it, when and as you need it, okay? We have 24/7 support available. This support is on our website where you can find this information. We know that there are lots of resources and trained people who are available to support you 24/7. So even though our cutoff hours are at 5 p.m. Central Time, we are connected with these other resources, such as the Crisis Center. We have an emotional support line for COVID-19, and then also the suicide prevention lifeline. And I'll talk a little bit more about that with our suicide prevention through UAB Cares. But these are some resources that we have, amongst others, that's on our website that you can easily access if and when needed. Okay. All right. So we have free and online resources as well. Sometimes, you may not want to speak, or you may not need to speak to a counselor. You may just need some tools and skills to be able to get you through your process, get you through your program and things of that sort. So we have 2 online tools that you have access to. You can register for these courses on your own through our website, or if you call or if you have an appointment with a triage counselor and you start telling them the things that you need and things of that sort, then they may recommend these and they may sign you up during that time of your consultation with that triage counselor. Now, just because you say, for instance, you go on this site, these 2 sites, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about these 2 sites, but you go on these 2 sites and you register for these things and you start working through modules and things of that nature. And say, for instance, you have questions or something doesn't make sense, or you just want to run it by one of the therapists, you still can have an appointment scheduled with a counselor to be able to talk about the things that you have gone through, the modules through these different platforms. Okay, so you can have one or the other, or you can have both. It's up to you. It's all, like I said, it's free and all in your fees and things of that nature. So you have access to these things. So the first one being TAL. We've had TAL for, maybe about 3 or 4 years we've had TAL. And TAL is a very good module. It's self-guided. It consists of educational and interactive modules, practice tools, journals, and progress measures. So modules are available for resilience, mindfulness, depression, anxiety, and other topics. You can move through this course at your own pace, when you're feeling down, when you need encouragement, and things of that sort. It has a mindfulness library that is very guided and it has like breathing activities. It has guided imagery. It has meditation and things of that sort that you can kind of work through. You know, if you've had a long day, you know, of classes or other things that you are involved in and you just need to kind of decompress, the mindfulness library within TAL is very helpful. All right, Cognito. So we have just now added Cognito to this platform. And once again, Cognito is going to go up under the UAB Cares as well. But Cognito, if you are worried about a friend or a classmate and things of that nature, Cognito is offered to students as well as faculty members and staff. And it is we encourage all students, or what we're trying to do is to make sure we encourage all students to take this or sign up for this particular platform, as well as faculty and staff. It gives you talking points. Say, for instance, you may feel like, okay, you're good in your program, you know, your journey is where it needs to be and things of that nature. But you may have a friend or you may have a classmate that may be struggling, and they may turn to you to say, hey, I'm struggling. You know, they feel comfortable with you, they're confiding in you and things of that nature, and you may not know what to say. So with Cognito, it gives you those talking points to be able to help in those particular stressful times. Now, it's not saying that you are a counselor or a therapist or anything of that sort, but it's being able to validate and empathize with that person and also give them the resources that they need to then move further. Okay, so it builds your confidence when you're talking with someone that's in need or may need help and things of that nature. So at-risk students or at risk for students helps you be prepared to lead real life conversations. So with Cognito, it is simulations. So it will be yourself, and then it will be, you know, somebody on the kind of in the camera or the Zoom, that virtual set up with you, and is allowing you, is going to give you scenarios and things of that nature, and being able to kind of work through those different scenarios to give you that ability and that confidence to have those real life face-to-face conversations, talks with students. And this goes for students, helping students, for classmates, and then also faculty and staff being able to help students, being able to recognize when they're in distress and things of that nature. So Cognito is a very good platform. We recommended, I did a training for our RAs on last week, and before we did that training, it was the recommendation that all of those RAs go through Cognito. So very good, very helpful. And as I said, it's free, it's on our website, it's easy to find and to sign up. And then also, if you have questions as it relates to Cognito or TAL, always give our office a call and we can walk you through what that looks like, any questions that you have, any concerns that you have, you know, as it relates to these particular platforms. We are available to assist you with those things. All right, so staying connected through the Resiliency Hub. So we also have a Resiliency Hub. It's on our website. We are constantly putting resources in and building up this particular hub. On our website, it's available. You can go through. We partner with mental health ambassadors. We have a podcast that we run weekly. Then we're also on Instagram. So these are ways that you can stay connected. These are some of the ways. We have other ways that you can stay connected as well and be able to support your own mental health and things of that sort. Okay, I'm sorry. Going too fast. So support mental health and well-being. So you want to be very aware of the things that you're going through, and also how you are taking care of yourself. So self-care, it isn't just for work and school and for weekends. It's every day that we need to implement some form of self-care in our lives. So here are just some helpful things that we included. Being able to set a routine. This helps you make sure you're able to take care of yourself every day. And when you're doing this, you don't want to forget to add in breaks and set boundaries. Sometimes we get so, our programs that we're in, they're rigorous and things of that nature. We feel like, okay, Monday through Friday, from 8 until 8, p.m., I have all these things that I need to be doing. Okay, well, that may be, right? But at the same time, you want to make sure, okay, I have where I'm studying at these points and times, but I also have times where I'm not doing those things, when I'm doing things to be able to take care of myself and things of that nature. You want to be kind to yourself and others. It's so easy, you all, to be critical of yourself and beat yourself up. We set these high expectations for ourselves and things of that nature. And sometimes those the expectations we set for ourselves, they're not realistic, so we have to reevaluate those things. Sometimes we hold others to unrealistic expectations, so we have to be mindful of that as well. Being able to know and understand internal stressors versus external stressors, knowing what you can control and what you cannot control. Okay, so self-compassion and kindness towards others and yourself go a long way, and it also helps support your own mental health, good mental health. Daily routines of sleep, nutrition, and movement. It helps make sure your body and brain are healthy and able to help you be clear-headed and mentally healthy. Remember, not to be hard on yourself. That's easier said than done, but it does not have to be. Okay? So it's okay when you don't meet your expectations. It's okay if you have daily to-do lists. And if you do have a daily to-do list, on those items, you should have no more than 3 to 5 things. What normally happens is, on a daily to-do list, people will put 20 to 30 items on that list. And by the end of that day, and whatever the end of that day looks like for that individual, and they've only gone through half of it, then they start to feel like, okay, then I'm a failure. I can't do this because I did not complete everything on my to-do list. And it's not that you're a failure. You just had too many things on your list. So you should have 3 to 5 things on that list. And even if you have 3 to 5 things and you want to make sure that you are prioritizing, what's most important, what do I have to do, within this moment. So being able to prioritize and organize, what you have going on. So 3 to 5 things on a daily to-do list. If you do not get through those things on that to-do list, don't make another to-do list for the next day. Carry the to-do list from that day over to that next day and finish that, okay? And then once that is complete, you complete another to-do list for that, then the next day after that. Also, do something. So you want to do something outside your daily grind. Whatever hobbies that you have, whatever interests that you have, whatever TV shows that you like to binge on, whatever that may look like for you, you want to do that, okay? You want to be creative. You want to learn something new. You want to help and serve others in the community to make a difference. And then also you want to find ways to connect to others. Connecting to others. And I know that's hard, right now, during this global pandemic or whatnot, but we have been creative with the ways that we have been connecting to others, you know, having Zoom brunches and whatever that may look like. So being creative. Also, that's, you know, that encompasses that self-care piece. Okay, so as I said, self-care is so important to helping you make sure you can reach your personal and your academic goals and thrive in life. All right, so we talk about UAB Care, so the Suicide Prevention Initiative. So, of course, UAB cares deeply about the overall health and well-being of our entire community. So we have resources in place that can help you establish you to meet your needs and or meet the needs that you may have in these particular times. So this resource that we have that's on this website, it is catered to students as well as faculty and staff. So it's going to give you access to Cognito, which I just explained to you about how to help others and things of that nature, how to help employees. Get Help Now. So the Get Help Now is going to offer you different resources as it relates to numbers, the suicide prevention number, the crisis hotline number. If you're in a domestic relationship or domestic violence relationship and things of that nature. So it has a host of numbers and contacts where you can reach out and get the help that you need. Okay. Blazer Kitchen, you know, if you're in need of food and things of that nature, you know, it gives you that on how to contact them and things of that sort. So it's just resources at the tip of your fingertips that you go on this website, you go through these different modules, and you will learn all of these different tools and things of that sort. So we have been pushing, you know, this initiative, you know, the Suicide Prevention Initiative. You know, we do QPR. QPR is solely about suicide prevention and things of that nature. Well, this particular resource, especially when it says, you know, looking for different signs and symptoms, it gives you, you know, resources on how to identify if you are distressed or in a situation where it's causing some type of distress in your life and things of that nature. Talks about anxiety, depression, and things of that sort, not just only suicide, okay? And as I said, UAB cares about you and want to make sure that you are supported through your time as a student here at UAB. So Student Counseling Services, we're here. We're here to provide you the mental support and resources so that you are able to pursue your personal and career goals and make a difference in the world. So with that being said, you matter, you are important, and you are definitely not alone. So that ends my, and I'm sorry, y'all, I did not advance to my slide. I'm sorry.
Are there any questions for April with student counseling?
Okay, there's something.
Yes. Are counseling staff comfortable with students who are considerably older?
Absolutely. So we like to say with our and our staff, our team, you know, there's no issue that's too big or too small that we can not handle. And then also, it matters not the age. You know, we all are going through things that we need to be able to process, to be able to just, okay, I just need somebody else to kind of hear, or I need to unpack this, or whatever that may look like. And it matters not the age, you know. I mean, we have people, the children from 5 to 85, you know, that's experiencing different things and whatnot. And especially during this particular pandemic that we're all trying to adjust and all trying to transition and things of that nature, it looks a lot different. So yes, we are comfortable with whomever, and we welcome, you know, everybody that needs assistance.
Okay. Are there group counseling sessions available?
For right now, the only group that we have in stone for the fall is the Black Experience group that we have. Before all of this happened, we had a male group, we had a female group, but we're going to combine based on the circumstances, since we're going to have to do it virtually and things of that nature. So, but as of right now, that's the only group that we have going for the fall right now, but that could change. So, but not any a process group and things like that. Now, we had that last semester, but we don't have that for the fall semester, not right now.
For our counseling program, we have to complete sessions. Will that be through your office?
It can be, yes, and it will be virtually, and that will count towards your sessions. Now, if you are employed with UAB, it can be over at the EACC. It can be, you have choices as it relates to that. Now, the thing I say with our office, even though I know, you know, doing 8 sessions and that's all you need, that's fine. But as long as you're a student here at UAB, the sessions that you have are unlimited. We do not have a cap on our sessions. Now, we do ask, now when we do see students from the counseling program, we do have another form for them to complete, because we do know that, yes, that's something that you're checking off, but we also ask that you do come in with something, because that's only going to help the process as it relates to you, you know, getting through your program and things of that nature, you know. So that's the only thing that we ask, that, you know, we just ask that you come in with something for us to be able to process. Any other questions?
Okay. Well, thank you very much, April, for being here. And yeah, it'll be great. And I also recorded this, so if anybody has questions or missed a piece of it, we'll be sharing the recording, so you'll be able to see it later as well. So we'll have that available for y'all. But thank
You're
you,
welcome.
April.
You all have a good rest of your day. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Okay, everyone, the next portion is going to be the student involvement panel discussion. So we'll have representatives from a ton of different grad student organizations. So definitely come back. That'll start at 12 o'clock. So we will see you in just a few minutes. Okay, everyone, so it's 12 o'clock. We're going to get started with the next session. This is actually the student involvement panel discussion. And so we have representatives from many of the graduate student organizations that are going to briefly tell you about their organization, and then we're going to have some time at the end for everybody to ask questions if they'd like. So we're going to start with Jasmine Benjamin. She's the president of the Graduate Student Government. So go for it, Jazz.
Thank you, Kim. Hopefully everyone can see my screen. I don't have a whole bunch of slides. As Kim said, my name is Jasmine. I am the president of the Graduate Student Government for the 2020-2021 academic year. And I'm just going to give you guys like a 30,000-foot view of GSG and what we do and who we represent. So we are Graduate Student Government, of course. We represent all graduate students except students that are solely pursuing an MD, OD, or DMD. So if you're an MD, PhD student, or you're an OD student who's also doing a master's degree program, you're more than welcome to join. We do represent you. So our mission as GSG is to enhance the experience of graduate students by making sure that we're able to offer the best available resources in terms of wellness, improving scholarship, and cultivating community. And so those are things that are very important to me, and my administration has been really, really helpful in supporting that mission. Obviously, things are kind of different than we expected because of the coronavirus, but we're still kind of working as best we can to make things happen. So GSG has an executive committee, which you'll see on the next slide, but we also rely very heavily on our senators. And so our senators are essentially students like you who represent your program at our Senate meetings. And so in order to become a senator, first you'll need to contact someone on our executive committee, likely myself, Vishal, our vice president, or Megan, our secretary, and essentially ask if there are any Senate seats available. So we split up our Senate seats much like the United States House and Senate. The amount of students in your program determines how many seats are allocated for your program. So it's very important to reach out to us first, make sure we have an available seat for you. If we do, then you're good to go. You'll need a nomination letter from your program director, which doesn't have to be super involved, something that says this person is indeed a student in this program, and this isn't going to really detract them from their academic requirements. We'll also need you to come to the GSG Senate meetings. So we have those the first Wednesday of every month from 5 to 6 p.m. And back when we were doing things in person, we offered food at those meetings, but now everything is kind of virtual, at least for the remainder of this semester. We'll also ask you to disseminate information that you learn at the meetings to students in your program. So how you do this is up to you. But within a day or two after all of our meetings, our secretary, Megan, will send out a mass email with the minutes from the meetings. And you can email that to everyone, or you can give it to the head communications person for your program just to make sure that it gets out to everyone. We'll also ask you to serve on one of our committees, which I'll go into a little more detail on the next slide. But we have a variety of committees that do a variety of things, and you're more than welcome to serve on at least one of them. So being a senator does have its perks. One of those is that you're kind of first in line if you want to serve on one of the university-wide committees. These are a great opportunity for you to meet some of the higher administration individuals like the provost, the president, Dean McMahon, people like that. They're also a really good way to make sure that we have graduate student representation in a lot of the decisions that are being made on campus. You also will have the opportunity to run for an executive committee position. So if you want to be a committee chair or a secretary or president, being a senator is a really good way to get your foot in the door in that direction. We also have travel grants, which are available to all graduate students, but as a senator, you're much more likely to get a travel grant. And those are generally a couple $100s to help offset the cost of a hotel or a flight or registration for a meeting. We also offer student group funding. So if you see a need for a group that you want to start, we do offer a little bit of seed funding to help you get groups started. And if you do become a leader of an existing group, you'll also work really closely with us to get some funding for your group. So a lot of the groups you'll hear from after me are actually funded in part by GSG, and we're really, really happy to have the opportunity to do that. We do offer 2 funding allocation periods. One's in the beginning of the fall semester, one's in the beginning of the spring semester. So if you need to get your feet wet in grad school in the fall semester and then you decide you want to start a group in the spring, there will be an opportunity for you to do that. So let's talk about the executive committee. So this is our executive committee. It's made up of the executive council as well as our committee chairs and our faculty advisor. If you are interested in any of our committees, so we have community service, social activities, professional development and leadership, communications and marketing. Gunnar's is kind of our single webmaster, but if someone wanted to help him, I'm sure he wouldn't oppose. If you are interested in any of those committees, please do reach out to them. If you have any other questions about joining or more detailed questions about GSG, please reach out to anyone on the executive committee. As I said, Senate meetings are the first Wednesday of every month from 5 to 6 p.m. And very important, you do not have to be a senator to attend our meetings. So if you want to attend a meeting, kind of see how things go, see what our committees are doing, feel free to keep up with us on our social media or on our Engage page once you all become familiar with that, or check out our website as well. Attend a meeting, see if it's something you're interested in, and then reach out to us. That is all that I have. If anyone has any questions, I guess you can either wait until everyone else has spoken, or you can just shoot me an email. I'm Jasmine, and that's my email address right there.
Okay, thank you, Jasmine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, next.
Sorry, give me a second. I don't know where my screen is to share. This is weird. Okay, awesome. Sorry. I have like a bazillion windows open. Okay. Hi, my name is Shreya. I'm the president of AWESOME, the Association of Advocates for Women in Science and Medicine. And this is an organization founded to equip people with the knowledge and skills to promote the recognition and equal representation of women in science and medicine. And I want to emphasize the word advocates in our title because this isn't an organization just for women in science and medicine. It's an organization for everyone, all genders, who want to advocate for the equal representation of all genders in science and medicine. And so to this end, we host a variety of events. We have an annual Awesome Southeast Regional Conference. Previously, it was held in person. The first time we did it was at UAB, then we did it at Tulane in New Orleans, and now we have a virtual conference hosted by UNC sometime in the fall. We also have Women in X panels where we invite female faculty in the biomedical science sphere as well as in medicine. So like some people from neuroscience, but also neurologists. We also are trying to start up this undergraduate mentoring program where we pair people from the graduate level to undergrads who want to figure out how to get into med school or get into an MD PhD program or get into a graduate program. And we have a bunch of professional development seminars that we're working on. And we're also starting a book club this year. So if you want more information on how to participate, definitely check out our website, our Twitter, our Instagram, or you can email me. That's my name and that's my email address. We're looking for one graduate representative for this upcoming year. So contact us if you have any questions.
Okay, and then next we have Association of Indian Students. We will also have time at the very end for questions. So yeah, so if y'all have questions, feel free to type them, put them in the chat, and then we'll answer them. We'll ask them at the very end. So Association of Indian Students is the next group.
Hello, I am Satish Nagamala. I'm going to represent AIS, Association of Indian Students. Just give me a second. I'm going to share my screen. Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, I guess hopefully everybody could see my screen. Yes, AIS, Association of Indian Students. It's all about providing assistance to Indian students at UAB in matters related to their student life and also their personal life, and make the transition to life at UAB smoother. We organize pickup and temporary stay for new students coming at UAB. We also organize events to celebrate Indian cultural festivals. These are some of the festivals we do organize every year in order to support the traditions, Indian traditions. Holi and Diwali are the biggest festivals in India. So we do celebrate them every year to make people feel better. It's simply called as home away from home. If people want to join AIS, they can reach to the social media web pages, which are mentioned in the last page. And these are the core committee people. Saad is the president, and Nitin Manjunath is the vice president, and Dheeraj Ravi is the public relations officer. Uh, if you have any questions, you can reach out to them. And it's always fun uh, in AIS. If you have any questions, please reach out to them. Thank you.
Okay, so the next group is supposed to be Black Graduate Student Association. Valine, are you here yet? Okay. I think she's running late, so we're going to go ahead and skip on to GBSO. So Sam, if you want to go ahead and start. Sudesh, you're going to need to stop sharing your screen.
Yes. Just a second. Yes.
All right, there we go. Now it's letting me share. All right. I am Sam Smith. I'm the GBSO president, and from GBSO, we'd like to welcome everyone to UAB. To go through real quick and talk about what our organization is all about. GBSO stands for Graduate Biomedical Student Outreach, and so our mission is primarily to represent and support the GBS student community within the larger graduate school. But that includes facilitating interaction between students and faculty in various themes, departments, and organizations, including organizations outside of GBS. We also want to promote development for early career science professionals. We also have the goal of promoting the exchange of scientific ideas through providing opportunities for a formal presentation of science and research. And we additionally want to promote access to on-campus resources that already exist for mental health, professional development, et cetera, and connection to the broader scientific community outside of UAB. How do we do this? Well, a lot of the events that we run throughout the year are social in nature. So we have a lot of networking events that are designed to bring students together and also bring faculty members into those. We have trivia nights that we run twice a year. We have spring barbecue and ice cream social that everybody enjoys, Thanksgiving potluck, board game nights. And this is just to name a few. We have virtual events that we've been running recently, virtual yoga that's actually running this evening. We have a Pie Your PI charity that we run at our spring barbecue every year. And basically we just try to provide a lot of opportunities for students to interact, to get to know one another, and connect with other elements of the community here at UAB. We also have a lot of career advancement opportunities. So we actually just had this past week, we had our annual GBS Research Symposium, and this was a huge event that we had great attendance, great turnout, where we had a keynote presentation by Dr. Nathan Erdman, and then 45 student talks where research was presented and shared with the community. But throughout the year, we also have grant writing workshops, professional development, resume or CV writing workshops, et cetera, to promote professional development for STEM students. And then also we try to reach out outside of just the UAB community by helping students connect with volunteering opportunities. We have Scientists Serving Society. We had a collaboration with Girls Inc., which was really awesome, a way for scientists to instill excitement in young girls in pursuing a STEM career, but also charity work with the Birmingham Crisis Center for Mental Health and the Habitat for Humanity. So this is just a sampling of the sorts of events that we like to run as GBSO. So here's our contact information. I'm the president of the organization. And if you are a student within GBS, if you check out our website at GBS, uab.edu, GBS, GBSO home, then you can see your representative there. That's going to be your primary point of contact. And if you're outside of the GBS community and would like to collaborate with us to put on an event or connect for some sort of collaborative purpose, then Ananya Swaroop, our outreach liaison, is going to be your primary point of contact. But please direct all other emails to our general contact at gbso@uab.edu. And that's it for us.
Thank you, Sam. So Valine is on, so we're going to go to BGSA now.
Sorry. Hi, everyone. My name is Valine Garberry. I apologize for being late. I had back-to-back meetings today, as many of us typically do, and I also am having some computer difficulties pulling up my slides, so I'm just going to wing it. So I am the president of the Black Graduate Student Association here at UAB. And we are an organization that welcomes all students to our events, but we focus on providing social support and academic support for African American and Black students, graduate students on our campus. We have been around for I think we've been around for quite some time on this campus, and we've had several changes in our leadership. So as most of the organizations, so I've been the president for 2 years. And what we focused on during that time is community service. We do a lot of volunteering around Birmingham and on the campus and participation in that. We do a lot of events for mentoring. So we have a mentoring program. It's called Blueprint Connect, where we, as graduate students, mentor undergraduates and partner undergraduates with appropriate graduate students around the campus. And that's a year-long program that we do. Another thing that we are really passionate about here is collaboration. So we do a lot of events with other organizations and just reaching out. So one thing that we've recently done is we found out that some students in the neuroscience program had won a particular prestigious award. So we hosted an event to have those students come talk to us about how they got those awards and how they got those grants, and open that up to all the students on the campus. So we also do a bit of fundraising, like I think all the other organizations do, where we will sell like Krispy Kreme donuts and things like that and have lots of fun together. We have a monthly meeting where we get together and discuss our progress and what's going on. And we kind of use that in a twofold way. We want to create an opportunity for the students to have community. So we'll go over what's happening, what our objectives are. And then we also want to give students an opportunity to discuss how they're feeling, what they're dealing with, in a way that you may not get to have those discussions typically. Another thing that we're really interested in the last couple of years is the performance of the Black graduate students. And so more above your social acumen, how are you doing in your studies? So we've been working with the graduate school on an initiative to kind of understand how Black graduate students are performing relative to their peers. So we have a lot going on in the Black Graduate Student Association. So we have community service, we have a lot of social support activities, we do mentoring, we're working with the graduate students on monitoring the success of the Black students on campus. And so we would love to have anyone join us or contact us for collaboration. So I just want to reiterate, my name is Valine Garberry. I am the president. Our vice president is Tanisha Spinata. And our treasurer, who I cannot do anything without, is Claire Oriema, who is probably more visible than I am. And then thank you so much for listening. Please reach out to us. Our information is readily available. Thank you.
Thank you. So next is Bree with GCAT.
All right, I'm just gonna share my screen. Hi everyone. Hope everyone's doing as good as they can during this time. Let's see. Okay, great. So we're GCAT, stands for Graduate Career Awareness and Trends. And so our mission is to basically increase the awareness of careers in science outside of academia. So we do promote, of course, science careers within academia, but we are really here on campus to bring opportunities, career opportunities to graduate students and to postdocs that are, kind of outside the box, outside the norm. And we do that by having general meetings and having seminar meetings, and especially within our seminars, those are the times where students are equipped with the different tools and resources necessary to obtain your fabulous, whether it be academic or non-academic career. Okay, so we do have some things going on for this fall, of course. Everything will be online. We have our general meetings. We will be starting our seminars this September. We are scheduled to reschedule our April meeting that was supposed to be in person, our career day, for this fall. So we are probably going to do that. Also, we are going to have an engaged suggestion box to, of course, suggest different seminars, workshops, other activities that students want to do. And we may be having a survey at the end of our seminars to just assess, where we're at, to be able to progress as an organization for the students. So we also have elections. There are still 2 open positions at GCAT. If you are looking to be a leader, or if you have a friend, a peer that like, hey, need to maybe just push them, budge them, nudge them a little bit to be leaders. We do have 2 open positions, one as treasurer and one as program officer. Basically, the main things for treasurer will be to, 1, maintain all physical and electronic financial records, to arrange for all purchases and orders, and to complete our fall and spring budget requests. As far as program officer goes, the main things are to manage the collection of student requests and suggestions for our upcoming seminars and other events, to be responsible for the development of those events, and to be responsible for the day of actually managing that event. So we do have some upcoming events. Our second monthly meeting will be coming up in September 2nd. Our general meetings will be the first Wednesday of each month at 12 p.m. And our first virtual fall seminar will be announced at our next general meeting. So that will be September 2nd at 12 o'clock. And you'll, receive emails and whatnot for that. So please follow us at these various websites, whether that be UAB, UAB Engage, LinkedIn, Facebook, and also here are contacts, our main email, and also my email. And especially if you are interested in trying out to be either treasurer or program officer, please contact me directly and I will help you with those proceedings. Thanks.
Okay, next we have Sarah with Gradient.
Hi. Can you see that?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, great. Well, hi, my name is Sarah Faxel, and I'm the president of Gradient. And Gradient is the graduate student organization that is focused on advocacy and connection for the LGBTQ graduate students, professional students, and postdocs. And so we represent the LGBTQ grad students and postdocs, and we plan social events like movie nights and trivia nights. And Gradient also works with GSG to advocate for queer students on campus. And we want to be a resource and support for students. And be a place for queer students to meet each other and build community. So our first general fall meeting is coming up. It'll be the first Thursday of September. And this, of course, everything is going to be online this semester. And we're also hosting a movie night and discussion on September 18th. So look out for that information upcoming. And so in addition to following our social media accounts, you should see advertising for our events in your programs, email newsletters, or the graduate school newsletter. And you can also sign up for the gradient email list by emailing me, or when you come to the meeting on September 3rd. And another great resource on campus is for all students is a session called Safe Zone. And so it's offered by SDMP, Student Diversity and Multicultural Program over the Hill Center. And so it's a short course taught by students to learn about sex, gender, and sexuality. And so there's you go to 3 sessions and then you're Safe Zone certified. And I've been to them. I think it's really well done. I think it's a great resource. And there's going to be 6 sessions offered this fall, and those dates will be announced very soon. And this class is actually also available to faculty and staff, but it's a separate class from the students one. And Gradient also works together with the undergraduate queer organizations like GSU, Gender and Sexuality Union, Queer Peers, and Safe Zone. So yeah, please follow our social media, and so glad that y'all are here, and so nice to see everyone, and hopefully see you soon.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Next is Grove, UAB.
Hey everybody, let me share my screen. I tried to put together a few slides fairly quickly, so I apologize if this seems a little unorganized. We recently had a change in our board members, and so I am now president, and if you need me, my name is Kirsten Reeves, and this is my email. We are GROW, which is Graduate Resilience, Outreach, and Wellness. And so we kind of try to encompass all of those things, with our general mission being to promote connectedness, community, and support for graduate students and postdoctoral scholars in order to increase help-seeking life skills and resiliency. And so in order to try to accomplish that, we have organized different events over the time that we've been an organization, which we are very new. We're only about a year old. And some of the examples was a de-stress power hour that we held on the first Friday of every month. That's a little more difficult now with COVID, but we're working on organizing something that could still be fun via Zoom. And we've also organized suicide prevention so that people could learn different suicide prevention techniques and people to contact in the event of those times. We've also held an event called My Story, where we've had different speakers come out and talk about their story for how they achieved their current position. We did have Dr. or Dean McMahon, and we've also had Dr. Dilworth and Dr. Stowe speak on different events that occurred during their life and how they overcame those during their studies. And further, I did mention that we have switched out some of our board members. And so we do have open positions if anyone is interested. And we're always welcoming members if anyone would like to come and join GROW. And we're always open to collaboration. So if any other organization would like to collaborate with GROW to put on events, please be happy to reach out. And again, my information is Kirsten Reeves, and it's kmreeves@uab.edu.
Thank you, Kirsten. Okay, so next we have a new organization, Graduate Society for Educational Diversity.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kalila Smith, and I am the president for this organization, GSED, which, as Kim pointed out, is relatively new. We officially began this past spring, and it was a good thing we did a soft launch, because right in the middle of getting it approved and getting our interest going, everybody got sent home. So we are fully gearing up this fall. We have a couple open officer positions if anybody is interested. Our mission is to promote scholarly discourse on topics of education, diversity, and outreach through engagement in advocacy, activism, service, and professional development. We're housed over in the School of Education. Many of our current members are part of the PhD program in educational studies and diverse populations. So we have a strong group of people who are actively engaged in our area with education and diversity, that intersectionality there. But we're not just limiting ourselves to the School of Education. We would love to encourage anyone who's working toward either academia, faculty positions, or TAing right now to come and join us and learn more about these things. We have some things up on Engage right now. We are finalizing our fall semester schedule, so that should be out and ready come the end of this month. And we're just excited to be able to offer this to everybody. And my contact information is there at the bottom with kalila@uab.edu.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so next we have International City County Management Association. So,
Hello, my name is Ollie Davidson. I'm the treasurer of the International City County Management Association. We are actually one of the oldest student groups, college groups in the country for this organization. This organization, parent organization, was founded in 1914. It is what they consider one of the big seven when it comes to group organizations for city and state and local government in the United States. The ICMA, essentially we train and provide professional growth and development opportunities for students. This country is headed towards more county managers and city managers, very slowly and gradually. And we believe that the future of government in the United States will be county and city managers. Our organization is designed to help our graduate students network with other city managers and county managers. Kaya Green is the president of the organization. And we do plan on having local and local speakers to come on to our group to do speaking tours. On the slate will be Mandela Barnes, who is the first African-American lieutenant governor for the state of Wisconsin. We also have we will have Mr. Ryan Reeves. He is the director of the Birmingham International Airport. He'll be coming to speak. And we also plan on trying to see if we can get Mayor Randall Woofin to come as well. We meet monthly, and our board is very new. Kaya, myself, and Kaylee Ford, we're only 3 members on the board. So we have room for new blood to come in, and I'll put my email in the chat. And if you have any questions, of course, I'll still be here. But that's pretty much the gist of our organization. Thank y'all.
thank you, Ollie. Okay, next we have Phi Kappa Phi. Okay, you
Sorry, I didn't realize that. Hello everyone, this is Keyur Sabla and I am Student Vice President for Phi Kappa Phi at UAB. And Phi Kappa Phi is an honor society, and I'm the Student Vice President for the UAB chapter. This society has more than 300 chapters across the North American continent, and Phi Kappa Phi really celebrates the love of learning, and the mission is to let the love of learning rule humanity. The first chapter was established in 1897, and it has been an active society nationwide since then. To be a member, you have to be invited, and to be a member, you have to receive the invitation, and the invitation is based on academic excellence. So I believe the criteria is top 10% of the graduate student in each and every field are invited to join. So I think that happens around February, March of each year. So look out for your invitations. If you haven't been already invited during your undergrads. The only thing I really want to stress upon is that it's a great networking tool. There are like some really important people who have been part of the society in the past. For example, over here, you can see that President Jimmy Carter was one of them. One of the other person is Benoit Brown. So yeah, it's a great networking tool, and there are a bunch of other benefits. One of the most important benefits that I have actually been receiving is funds or awards, and they have a lot of fellowships and awards. Love of Learning is one of the fellowship I received, and it's kind of an award that helps you do whatever you need to do, like buy books or travel, etc. One thing that you should look out for is this particular fellowship. It's only available to the first year graduate students, and hence the competition is quite less. And it's, I think, upwards of $35,000 you can get through this fellowship. And there are a lot of other awards that you can apply. There are some other resources as well, and phikappaphi.org is the website. You can always look it up and read up more about it, and keep a lookout for your invitation letters. And welcome to UAB.
Okay, now we have Roadmap Scholars. You're still muted.
Hi everyone, can you see my screen? Because I lost it. Oh, here we go. And hi everyone. So my name is Sylviane Santiago, or Sylvie for easier. And I'm here to talk to you guys about the UAB Neuroscience Roadmap Scholars. We are an organization that is funded by an R25 through NINDS. And basically what this means is we are a program that is focused on development for advancing the careers of a diverse research workforce. In short, our mission is to enhance engagement and retention of underrepresented graduate trainees in the neuroscience workforce. So we are very niche specific. What RMS is basically focused on, and this is kind of like our tagline, is we want to fix the leaky pipe. There is this, there's this issue in academia where throughout the process to get to tenured professor, you lose underrepresented people along the way, and we want to know why. And our program specifically focuses on retaining individuals within that PhD to postdoc track and making sure they reach tenured professor track. Our destinations, as we call them, or different things we offer, I'll just highlight a few. We have annual travel awards. Usually this would be for the Society for Neuroscience Conference, which is a big conference neuroscience students and professors attend. We offer career coaches where each student is coupled with a career coach. This is separate from your mentor or your committee, and this would be the person you would go to for more personal things, or if you want to pursue an alternative career path and stuff like that. We have bi-monthly lunch meetings, and we have speakers come and talk about their roadmap and how they arrived to where they are. Just to give an example, we had people from UAB come talk at these lunches, but we also have had recently the director of the, what do you call that? Oh, I'm blanking. But a director of a museum come talk about how they got to where they are. So it's very diverse, and we really try to give as much information as possible. We also offer team building retreats, postdoc and assistant professor school, peer-to-peer mentoring, and the list continues, as you can see. I would like to highlight our directors, which we are very thankful for, because without them, this would not be possible. Dr. Farah Lubin, and as you guys heard from her earlier today, Dean McMahon. She's also one of our directors and is very involved with the program. These are our student executive board members. We recently started the student executive board. This is our third year going in, and this helps students be more involved and kind of get an idea of what goes on behind the scene of maintaining such an organization. And if you guys want any more information, please visit our website. You can just Google UAB RMS and it'll pop up, but I can also share the link in the chat. If you have any questions after that, please feel free to reach out to me. My email is listed, or our program manager, Madison Bauman. I would like to add that there is an application process to join the program. Because we are NIH funded, we have to follow some guidelines for eligibility. And all of that is listed on our website, and I'm happy to answer any questions you guys have about that. Thank you.
Okay, and lastly, we have Tanner with the School of Dentistry Student Research Group.
All right, hey guys, I am happy to be here today. One moment, please. There we go. So, like she said, we're over at the School of Dentistry. We are a subset of the American Association for Dental Research. They also have an international version of that same organization, and so we are a part of that and participate in many of their activities and focuses as well. I know many of you are thinking that you're not in dental school, so you probably don't fit into this organization, but we focus on head and neck, as well as craniofacial, and then teeth, of course, as well. There's lots of different focuses of research that are encompassed in our student research group. We have folks that do genetics, epigenetics, molecular biology, cancer, as well as biomaterials. So there's a place here for a lot of different people, and it's a great collaborative group for sharing your research, as well as for getting support for upcoming presentations that you have. We normally hold several events to get ready for the national conference that is held every year. We'll be doing some virtual form of that this year, as well as hearing from some of our faculty and staff that we have here. So we look forward to that. I won't be that guy that keeps everybody held on longer at the end of the meeting, but I would say I would hope to see you soon, but that would probably mean you were coming to see us to get a tooth fixed. So we'll spare you that hope. And I would encourage your involvement and look for ways to get involved as you're starting along this path. So thank you.
Okay, so that is the end of the presentations with the student groups. So now we have time for questions. So if anybody has a question, just drop it in the chat, and then I will ask one of the student leaders. Okay, I see there was lots of questions. So I will actually be sending out the groups that were here today with their contact information. So I'll send an email with that as well. So if you just want to reach out directly to them. And then of course, the session is actually also being recorded. Oh, here we go. What is the best organization for students to get involved with if I am off campus? So any one of you want to jump on?
I think any of them would be good. I mean, we're all doing things virtually right now, so this is the best time to get involved in general if you're off campus. I think most of us, when things were on campus, we all kind of did things on campus, so I can't really answer that question if you're on campus, but off campus, I think this is a great time. Everyone's kind of off campus right now anyway, so.
Hey, let me follow up with another question that sort of goes along. So I know from the graduate school perspective, we have quickly realized that we are still going to offer virtual events, even when we do get to come back to campus and even when we are actually doing in-person events, just because it's been the easiest, best way to actually reach our online students, which we've never really done before. So are the student groups, are y'all planning on continuing virtual events in the future, even when everything's back to normal?
I would love to speak on that. For Roadmap Scholars, we actually have been doing that for a while now. We have an annual national conference, and students that attend that conference from other university are still interested in our bi-weekly meetings or our postdoc schools and stuff like that. So we always make all our events available through a virtual format.
Anyone else want to jump in?
Yeah, I can chime in there. So a lot of the events that we ran prior to COVID were in person and were primarily in person. And we're definitely looking forward to getting back to that context. But even when we do so, we'll try to do what we can to maintain a virtual element for anyone who can't attend in person. So that is definitely something we want to incorporate going forward.
Okay, if there aren't any other questions, then we'll wrap up this session. Thank y'all so much for being available and doing this. It's awesome. And then the next portion will start at 1 o'clock with the University Recreation. Oh wait, we got another one. How can students find out about events on campus?
Graduate school has a newsletter, GSG has a newsletter. I'm sure that your program probably has some way of letting people know what's coming down the pipeline. When we were on campus, there were flyers everywhere, but right now, I mean, personally, I get a lot of my information from the graduate school newsletter and the GSG newsletter, so definitely do look out for both of those.
Yes, the biggest piece is actually reading your email.
Have y'all talked about Engage yet?
I think that was a question for you, Kim.
Okay, that's a question for y'all because I don't know Engage. So that is a you thing. Somebody needs to talk about that then.
Engage is, as the name suggests, kind of a platform for students to get engaged with various groups. Actually, if you go to the GSG website and we have a tab that says, I think, other student organizations or something, you can click that, it'll take you to Engage. Essentially, you'll have to sign in, but once you do, you'll sign in with your Blazer ID. Once you do, you'll be able to access all of our student groups that are undergraduate specific, graduate student specific. We have literally 1 billion groups, and you can you can follow the groups. So if you follow GSG on the Engage website, you'll get our newsletter every month. You can contact officers through the group. You can kind of keep up with the groups that way. Engage is, I think it's great if you're getting involved, but kind of working on it behind the scenes, it's a lot more involved. But I think that as long as you're able to sign in and kind of find what you're looking for, it's pretty easy to use, and it's a really good resource for finding groups and then getting involved with them as well.
Okay, and then also just a little side note, because we are still virtual for events and we don't really have the capabilities of like posting flyers and doing all of that great stuff that we used to be able to do. I am actually in the process of creating a virtual bulletin board. And so it's supposed to be, well, the idea is it's going to be like a one-stop shop. So any organization that wants to advertise their event can send me their flyers, and they'll be posted on this bulletin board. So students can go and they can see everything that's going on, and it's going to be listed by like dates of events. So the first ones, coming up will be listed first. So that'll be something that hopefully I'll be able to push out next week. I just need the student organizations to send me their flyers so I have something to post on it. But yeah, so that's something we're going to have that I'm hoping will make things a lot easier for students to be able to see everything in one place as well. So I'll send that through our newsletter, of course, and then also you'll get an email about it as well. Okay. So if there aren't any other questions, yeah, so we'll go ahead and end this session. And then the next one, like I said, will be at 1 with the University Recreation. Thank y'all so much. Okay, so next we have University Recreation.
All right, thanks, Kim. Hi, everyone. My name is Stacy Moline, and I'm with University Recreation. Prepared a few slides for you all and just some updated information regarding our operation in this post-COVID-19 world. We've made some modifications to our facility hours and programming and things along those lines. So just wanted to take this time to update you all with that. So let me go ahead and get this going here. All right. So we've made some modifications, like I mentioned. Our hours of operation are slightly adjusted than what you're typically used to for the fall semester. So we will be open Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. And then Saturdays are 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. and Sundays from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. So we've got some modified hours of operation, trying to limit potential exposure time, but also allowing for more cleaning for our facility staff to be in the building both before we open and then after we close as well. In addition to some of the changes that we've had in the facility, you must actually show your passport or least risk health check in order to enter the facility. So you still will be swiping your card to come in or scanning the mobile app to come in the facility, but you also must show that you've completed your health check for the day and that you're at the least risk exposure as well. We have implemented capacities for all of our spaces in the facility. So things like the fitness center and gym courts are at capacity limitations that our staff will be monitoring throughout the day. So if you come in to utilize the facility, you may be asked to wait or try a different area within the facility if we've reached that capacity at any point in time. So just be mindful of that when you're coming in for workouts or activities in the rec. We do have some areas that still will remain closed. We did open yesterday, and so we still have some areas that are closed at this time, including the climbing wall. The leisure area of the pool is still closed. Lap lanes only are what's opened. Our fitness studios are closed except when we have scheduled group fitness classes taking place. And then also a big one to note is our locker rooms currently have remained closed. So be mindful of those closures as well and plan accordingly when you come into the facility. We've made some modifications to our programs and services that we offer as well. I'll talk in a minute about some of the virtual offerings that we currently have, but we are limiting right now aquatics programming to private lessons only. So we are not looking at group lessons. So we are only doing private lessons at this particular time. Athletic training services are still taking place down in our training room. However, our athletic training staff are doing combined sessions, both virtually and in person as well. We will be offering intramural and club sports still this upcoming fall. Intramural sports will incorporate some sports that we can do while social distancing, things like badminton and table tennis of that nature. We will be offering some esports and trivia nights as a part of our virtual components though as well. We will continue with in-person group fitness classes. However, again, social distancing will be practiced at all times during those classes, but then we will have a full schedule of virtual online offerings as well for that program area. We currently have suspended all outdoor trips until the university comes out with further guidelines on student travel. However, our rental center is still open for equipment rentals, so students are able to kind of plan their own adventure trips and use our equipment from the rental center to do that. And then for those of you who have maybe worked in our youth programming areas in the past, we have suspended all youth programming at this time as well, just per university guidelines of having youth on campus. So we are doing a variety of virtual offerings that we hosted throughout the summer, but are continuing into this fall semester as well, including virtual UFIT and F45 classes. So both in-person and online versions of those will be offered. We are continuing in-person personal training sessions, but those are also offered on a virtual basis as well. And as I mentioned, athletic training services too. We are hosting some youth programming as well from a virtual standpoint and doing those live trivia nights and esports through the intramural program. And then finally, our outdoor pursuits area typically hosts team building sessions in person, but have moved those to a virtual online format as well too. And then the final piece I just wanted to touch on real quick for you all is that we are still currently hiring. We've had a variety of student schedules and availabilities change this semester due to the online portion of classes, the hybrid model that many of them have moved into. So if anyone is still looking for an on-campus job opportunity, we are still hiring and will continue to do so as we move into the fall semester here. So please keep that in mind. All of our jobs are available on Handshake, and you can apply through the Career Center website in that manner. So at this point in time, I'd love to take questions that anybody has. My contact information is up here on the board as well, and I can put it in the chat feature too. So if you all have any questions, I also would like to include in the chat feature a link to our reentry page. So as we make modifications to policies of coming into the facility and those types of things, we will continue to update that page for you all to be mindful of those too.
Okay, Stacy, we have a question. Are new students able to use a gym now or only once classes start on the 24th? And are there any steps that need to be taken other than having a UAB 1 card, such as having some kind of paperwork?
Nope, so they are eligible to come in now. We typically will start access about a week or two prior to classes. So if you are a new student and you already have your 1 card, the only thing you'll have to do when you come in is just take your picture and you know, sign your waiver, show your health check, and you'll be good to go. And those are only first time things. So once you do that once, you won't have to do that again.
Is there a way to sign up for a time slot to work out, or do we have to show up and hope there's room for us?
Right now, we're only doing time slots for certain areas of the facility, including the pool. Lap lanes is a good example of that. So if you'd like to utilize a lap lane in the pool, we do have a reservation system in place for that. Same with a spot in our group fitness classes. You can use the online app or the website to register for a spot in the UFIT classes. For now, all other areas of the facility are just open first come, first serve. We are going to be monitoring those capacities and see how access goes as we get into the semester here. We're pretty slow right now, so we don't see a need for that. But just be mindful around the 5 p.m. time, you know, our normal busy times, to keep an eye out for those limitations.
Where can we find a schedule? Hold on. Where can we find a schedule of group fitness in-person classes?
I will post the link in the chat feature when we're done here, so you guys will have access to that as well as our reentry page.
Will the UAB rec remain open once the fall semester ends?
Good question. We don't know the answer to that yet. We're not sure once that fall break time hits and everything goes back remotely class-wise again, what our schedule is going to look like. It may be some additional modified hours at that point in time, but we don't have an answer to that just yet. Hopefully to have it soon, and we will be sure to update everyone when we do have that.
If the locker rooms are closed, is there a spot to change for the pool?
We're recommending the family changing room area, which if you've been on the lower level of the facility, it's across the hallway from the men's locker room right next to the athletic training suite. There's 2 private locker rooms / bathrooms on the lower level there. And so we're recommending students and members to utilize those before going into the pool. And again, if you reserve your lap lane time, then the traffic through that area should be rather limited as well.
Are masks required inside?
Yes, masks are required at all point in the facility as they are across everywhere else on campus. The only time you do not need to wear a mask in our facility is when you are swimming in the pool.
Are there any other questions? Will the staff be policing the mask rule?
Yes, our staff will be monitoring masks as well as social distancing. So our staff will be asking folks to make sure that they are social distancing while in the facility, being mindful of wearing masks. So yes, they will be monitoring that along with the capacity limitations throughout the building.
Okay, and I think you already answered this. Somebody's asking where they can find the UFIT fall schedule. You said you're going to post a link,
I'll
right?
post the link in the chat so everyone has access to it.
And then another question, sorry, I believe I missed something. So will you have to work out in a mask?
Yes, so be mindful of that. We're asking folks to understand that they may have to make some modifications to their workouts for as far as intensity levels, because you will be required to wear a mask while working out, while taking UFIT classes, anytime you're in the facility here, like I said, except while swimming in the pool.
Thomas wanted to say thanks for carrying on intramurals.
Oh, for sure.
And then is the rec center included in our fees, or do we have to purchase separately?
Rec center is automatically included. So yes, unless you're on tuition assistance, like if you are a full-time staff member taking classes on tuition assistance, then it's not included. However, if you are full-time student and paying your tuition fees, it's included in there. And if you have specific questions about your membership access, feel free to reach out to me and let me know. We can double check on that for you.
Are there lockers anywhere else in the facility that will be available?
There's day use lockers throughout the facility. Main bank is on the 3rd floor between the fitness studio area. So you can bring your own lock for the day and place your items in there. We also have cubbies throughout the facility in the fitness center mainly, and you can utilize that space as well to put your belongings in.
You mentioned the rec was hiring. Are the jobs posted in the student job portal?
Yes, on Handshake via the Career Center's website.
Okay, any more questions? Okay. In the past, there was a glitch in the system that did not allow graduate students to be considered in for student membership. Has the glitch been fixed?
I'm not aware of a specific glitch, but to my knowledge, everything is running smoothly for the start of the fall semester. We've had a variety of students already enter the facility. So like I said, if you have a specific question on your access or have had an issue with your access in the past, just reach out and I can get you in touch with our membership staff to get any assistance as needed there.
Okay, there's a comment from someone said they personally had to prove that they were a student regardless of having the one card because she's pursuing a certification.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, our staff can assist if there's specific questions on your current access. Really, we rely on the student download that comes through the UAB system, and if there's any gaps in there, we may have some things we have to address on an individual basis, but happy to do so on a case-by-case basis as needed.
If we had stuff in the lockers prior to the shutdown, who do we contact to retrieve those items?
Yep, you can email recmember@uab.edu, and I can put that in the chat as well too. But recmember, our membership staff can, they'll retrieve your items for you, pull them, bag them, and then you can pick them up at the front desk when you come to the facility.
Okay. So we are gonna end this session. Thank you very much, Stacy. And then we will start the next one at 1:20 with Disability Support Services. So I hope everyone sticks around for the next few minutes, and then we'll start back again at 1:20.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, so we will get started with the next session, Disability Support Services. So take it away. Okay, Gina, I can't hear you. You're not muted, but I don't, yeah. No.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Perfect. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about what our office does. Sorry for the technical difficulties. And go over some of the information if you would like to request accommodations with our office. I won't be able to share my screen, but we can talk through it. So our office provides accommodations to students with disabilities, and we work with faculty to ensure those accommodations are being implemented. It's important to note that our office is confidential and that accommodations are not retroactive. So if you would like to request accommodations, you can do those on our website. It's uab.edu/DSS. You can also just Google UAB Disability Support Services, and you should be able to find our homepage from there. If you scroll down a little bit on the homepage, on the left side of the page, there is going to be a spot that says request accommodations, registering with DSS for disability accommodations. And so it goes over a little bit of the steps that you will take to register with our office. So the first is to complete our online application. And then the second is to submit documentation of disability. If you need to know more information about submitting that documentation and what we're looking for from your medical provider, you can click on Getting Started at the top of our website, and you can look at our documentation guidelines. There you will find all of the information that we are looking for in order to provide those accommodations for you. And this will be information that will be needed from your medical provider. If you have any questions about registering with our office due to disability, you are welcome to email us at dss@uab.edu. You can also call us. Our phone number is 205-934-4205. All of our information is on our website as well. The CDC has also determined some categories that identify individuals as high risk for COVID-19. So if you fall in one of these categories and you would like to request accommodations or temporary adjustments for the fall semester due to COVID-19, we also have that form on our website. So you would just need to fill out the COVID-19 temporary adjustment request form. And with both of these processes, you will turn in all your application information and documentation, and then a DSS staff member will follow up with you. Does anyone have any questions that I can answer now. And if you don't, you can always call or email us, and we would be happy to answer those questions for you there as well. All right, well, if there's no questions, feel free to reach out to us at any point. We'll be happy to help and get you that information that you need.
All right, thank you. Okay, then next we'll have 140, the Ombuds Office. So yeah, so y'all 140.
Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear me?
Hey, Alicia, we have about 5 more minutes, so we're going to start at 1:40.
Okay, perfect.
Just because that's when we're advertising, so I don't want anyone to miss it.
Thank you.
But yes, so you're good to go. But yeah, like 1:40, you can go ahead and start if you want to. I love that quilt in the background, by the way.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
All right. It's 1:40. Okay. I like to be mindful of people's time, so I'm going to go ahead and start. First, welcome everyone to UAB. It's kind of odd saying that since I am in month 4 of being here, but I am Alicia Booker, the University Ombuds person. So in the chat, I would love to know how many people have heard of an ombudsman, know what an ombuds is, know what an ombuds does, and how I support the community. Let's see here. New term, okay, great. So that gives, oh, I see one person says me. Discrimination, or you think it's more Title IX questions? It's a little bit of that. Political sense. All right. So I will say at a university, I'm going to share with you guys, and don't please take no offense to the guys. I am from Texas. I say y'all and guys and all that. I don't mean to any offense when I use it, those terms. So my key role is to help people in intrapersonal conflicts. All behavior is open to interpretation, and that behavior is highlighted, especially when conflict is present. That is like the synopsis of what I do. I help people try to create peaceful practices and collaborate on campus. And so I am like the conflict resolution subject matter expert for UAB. And so when you think about conflict, think about how we show up, right? So in the chat, I would like for everyone, I know we're just starting. If you have a list that you're dealing with, a task list, and on that list, I would like you to write a mark for any of the following. If you have a big bill that you're thinking about, you're having to budget for and plan for, books that you still need to get, registration, anyone sick or in the hospital in your family, anyone who is having a car concern, anyone who is having a housing concern, anyone who's planning for a wedding or baby shower or big birthday, anyone who has vacation plans coming up, anyone have a big purchase coming up, and any other big project, any other something that you're anticipating, even if it's short term to this weekend, right? Something that is happening that you have just lingering, something that you're saying, okay, as soon as this is over today, I need to make a phone call or I need to send an email, something of importance that you have working on, lingering, looming. Now that you've made that list, put in the chat the number of things you have on your list. And I did my report here so I can give you my little number. And that's my number. Oh, I put that, let me put that to everyone. So I have 17 things on my list. Okay. Great, 11, 5, 9, 2, okay. Now think of that list and how many on that list, how many things do you have on your list that's gonna be accomplished in 6 months or longer? Something that's bigger than a short-term goal. And I'll share my number. Right. Okay. So when we think about, and thank you everyone who is sharing, when you think about how we show up with these things in our mind, right? And I love this image because that's how we all feel even on the first day of school, right? We show up with things going on. Well, when conflicts happen, you're processing that and people are processing their things. And so when conflicts happen, we are interpreting those conflicts to relate to each other and not so much the things that we have going on in the background. And so I help in that space. So these are my intervention methods for conflict resolution. I do confidential consultations. That's where you can call me, you can schedule a meeting, and I just hear about the problem, hear what's going on. What I'm listening for is if it's personal or if it's a policy thing. I do strategic negotiation. If you have to do a negotiation with a faculty member, classmate, any type of UAB related issue, I can help coach you on how to negotiate that to where your needs are being heard and met. I do mediations. That's between two parties. The facilitated dialogue is a mediation with a larger group. And that's helping everyone look at the conflict in a space that's going to come out with the best result for the most common, for the most people involved. So looking at that as far as this is an issue, it's affecting us all. How can we collaborate and be forward focusing and solution oriented? And then I do conflict coaching. That's if you have to have a hard conversation, you're nervous, you don't quite feel confident. I can coach you, I can practice with you, and helping you communicate and making sure that when you do go to have those hard conversations, you're ready. So I do a lot of that. I did one today, preparing someone, to say you're doing what's best for you. You're advocating for your own interests. You've got this, and making sure that the data that they're presenting is clear. So I do that. Executive coaching is when I'm working with a leader who might have to have a hard conversation with a group, or just communicating how they show up and being clearly communicating their needs and talking about their personal power. Because, when you're a leader, you might not be aware of how you show up and how your power to dictate someone's livelihood is affecting them. And so I have the privilege to talk to leaders about, hey, when you say this affects them this way. Or if you don't address this, it's perceived this way. So I do a lot of perception checking and clearly confirming with others how they are showing up and what they're doing and how it affects others. And then I do dispute systems assessments and design. And what that is benchmarking, looking at how other universities have systems in place to manage a conflict, looking at patterns from a large scale view that affect all different departments. So when people come to me and they say, this is the problem, I can go and check with another department, another division, another college and say, well, how do you guys deal with this problem? How do you deal with this issue? And come up with systems that can create peace. So I do all things conflict resolution, conflict intervention, conflict management, and try to ultimately reduce conflict across UAB's campus. And so I believe that collaboration is key. This is the triangle of satisfaction. A lot of ombuds love this model. I talk about how it all relates to things, procedure, subjects, all of us, we look back at your list, how some of these things you don't feel comfortable sharing with people, right? And sometimes conflict is about the process or how you perceive something. I have the privilege to ask people, are you aware of how that was received? Or are you even aware of it? And I know a lot of people struggle in that space of asking people. So instead of addressing the person who's triggered you, you talk to your friend, and we all have that friend we call and say, tell me, what is your takeaway on this, right? I am that person that you can call at UAB when you need help processing, when you need help understanding is if this is the appropriate way to do something. And I am informal. So when you come to me, I don't own any problems. I am neutral, confidential, informal, and independent. And I'll unpack that a little more. But my key thing is to preserve the relationship. Try to separate the person from the problem, and try to share identified facts, making sure we all have the same information. I know I've had a case that came in recently about teachers' assistants. And then I get to go and look and say, you know, and talk to the provost and say, is there a policy on this? And look at how other schools manage teachers' assistants. And so I just try to explore all those options and really help you as a visitor know what your options are. If you want to go a formal route or if you want to keep it informal, I can help in that space as well. So I do this with being curious. I am curious about all things when problems happen. And I know that's weird. Some people say, you know, you have to take a side, but I really don't have anything to gain. And so I do this with psychological safety and being mindful that we are all showing up with our issues, our list, and knowing that we all have these things. I try to encourage people to be generous with their assumptions of others and be mindful of how we show up and how these things are showing up when we're trying to collaborate. Because if I'm managing something and you're not aware of it, and then I make you aware of it, you're gonna be like, oh, I feel so bad. I assumed something poor about you, or I assumed this. So I'm the person that tries to go around campus and get people to understand what their experience is, you know, or what people are experiencing when they have to work with you. So this is what the Ombuds does. This is like a image chart of what I do. Oftentimes when problems happen, only a certain leader is aware of it, you know, or the dean might be aware of it. But until all the deans come together and have a conversation like, oh, this is happening in my space, or this is happening in my space, we can look at this problem as a whole, systemically, or we can say, is it this one person causing these problems? And so the problems that are hidden for managers can come to me, and then I can go to leaders and do it in a way where I call it my hypothetical games, where I get to call the chief HR officer and say, hey, hypothetically, what would you do if this was brought to you? Or hypothetically, what are the options? And I get to protect my visitors' information. And that is one of the luxuries I have, because I can say back to my visitor, well, I've already talked to human resources. I've already talked to the dean. I've already talked to the provost. And these are the options, or this is the way this information should be presented. And so I'm kind of like, my friends say I'm like Olivia Pope. I kind of help people, you know, try to resolve problems and really explore the options before it becomes something bigger or before they have to go a formal route. So these are my favorite definitions. Anything that makes us feel unsettled is conflict. Anything that triggers a trauma, anything that makes us say, that is conflict. Peace is the understanding, it's the agreement. So I feel that all conflict can be resolved if we have a better understanding of what the real issue is. And I am so fortunate to slow down and say, okay, what is the real problem? Is it a value? Is it perception? Is it because they're violating, you know, this is not what we agreed upon, or this isn't what I signed up for? You know, I ask faculty members often, what's in your syllabus? Well, they're going to what the agreement is. The syllabus is the agreement. So looking at that is truly what I get to do all day. So I am confidential, informal, independent, and impartial. My standard of practice is I am confidential in the sense that I have to report federal or state law violations. I also have to report anytime someone mentions something of imminent harm or danger to themselves or others. I do not break confidence in any of my cases without letting my visitor know. So I'm visitor led in that sense that if you come and speak to me and you say, hey, Alicia, I want you to go and speak to this person, but I don't want you to share X, Y, and Z, then I have to do it in that capacity. I am informal in the space that I do not enter any formal grievance process. If you file a formal grievance, if you are in a formal grievance process with someone, I do not go on record. I do not testify. I do not share my data We actually do not keep records in my office. I shred everything. I'm also in a space of confidential and informal. If you see me on campus, you have to speak to me first, because I do not want anyone to perceive that you are involved in any case, or if there's a problem amongst you two, that you've come to me. So I do not engage in that space. I am independent, and this is that I don't advocate for visitors or for the university. I advocate for fair treatment. I advocate for people to follow the processes that are in place, and that people are given a fair chance to have a good quality of life at UAB. And I am impartial. So when I hear cases, I listen for both parties' interpretation of the problem. I try to keep everyone at UAB in a space, but I do get to have those hard conversations of, you have to think what's best for you as a person, as a human. If you cannot stay at this university, thinking about what your options are, how to make that move. And so I am truly trying to explore all options before you make those decisions. And so these are my guiding principles as an ombudsman. This is what I do at UAB all day for all parties, except undergrad students. But I am, again, for faculty, staff, mentored graduate, and postdoc students. This is one of my favorite quotes: "Stars shine in the reflective light of nearby stars." So I am big on bystander intervention. I get cases that come in, and one person will come in, then another person will come in, and ask them, I say, so what were you doing when that bad behavior happened? Who's, being a good ally? Who's saying, that didn't sound very nice, right? So being mindful that we are going to shine as bright as the people that stand next to us, and being mindful of that in this space, especially where we are with this climate. And we all have the power for collective joy and collective pain, and collaboration is key to community. I know right now when we look at what's happening, COVID, we all have to share this burden, right? We're all trying to wear a mask and protect each other. So here's my contact information. You can reach me on my cell. It is UAB cell. This is my office. When campus opens up next week, I will be back on campus at Paula Building. I'm near Smoothie King and Blaze Pizza. So if you're ever on that side of campus, come by, feel free to see me. These are my email addresses and my current website. And thank you all. I'm so appreciate coming and presenting today, and welcome to UAB. I hope y'all have a wonderful semester.
Okay, so we have about 2 minutes. Does anybody have a question for Alicia?
I do want to share who I report to, because I know that's sometimes a question. I report trends of the conflicts that I see on campus to the chief HR officer and to the provost. So I have a dual reporting system. And my email address is abooker, BOOKER, at uab.edu. I will put that in the chat for anyone. It's A Booker. So feel free to email me if you would like to schedule an appointment. Have I been given the climate survey that all UAB students? No, I have not. I've only seen different groups of conflicts. Only different groups have shared their survey.
Okay, so it's 2 o'clock and our next session will be starting. Thank you so very much, Alicia.
Bye, y'all. Have a wonderful day.
You too. Okay, everyone. Next we have with Title IX. So Casey, take it away.
Certainly. Hello, everyone. I'm going to pull up my presentation. Can everyone see the presentation? So yes. So my name is Casey Robinson. I'm the Title IX coordinator here at UAB. I'm located in the Hill Student Center. We have returned to campus, so I do have staff members in the Hill Student Center, and we have forwarded our phones to our cells, so you can call the number here if you'd like to speak with someone specifically. Also, if you email the Title IX office, that is something that we're checking daily. So the UAB Title IX office oversees the university's compliance with Title IX, the Education Amendments of 1972. And we seek to ensure that the university's policies and programs foster a campus community free of sex discrimination, including gender-based assault, harassment, exploitation, dating, and domestic violence, stalking, as well as discrimination based on sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression, as well as related retaliation. We have expanded our Title IX team from 2 persons in 2017 to a 6-person office as of 2020. Our university has been very responsive to the needs of the office in order to provide a better program and be more responsive to needs of our community. They have expanded our office, and this is a result. We do have a position that's open for an investigator that's currently on hold due to the current freeze on hiring. So some of our initiatives include compliance with our Title IX sex discrimination, sexual harassment, and sexual violence policy. We have 3 procedures that help us enforce that policy. This policy was enacted on August 14th, so just last Friday. This is a new policy, so you'll be getting some information in your UAB email about the policy and what these changes mean at UAB. I'm not going over the specific policies and procedures today, as this is a short presentation, but you can always invite us to smaller groups and we can go through them in detail. Our office provides training on policy and procedure as well as other requested trainings. So what is Title IX? Title IX is a comprehensive federal law that prohibits discrimination on the basis of sex in education programs and activities that receive federal funds, and is enforced by the U.S. Department of Education for Civil Rights. And in my comment about the new policy and procedure, on May the 6th, we received a 2,000-page document outlining some new requirements under Title IX, and the university has been very responsive in being compliant with those new regulatory requirements. So what does Title IX, the specific law, state? It states, no person in the United States shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any educational program or activity receiving federal financial aid. And what that means for our institution is that Title IX is jurisdiction-based within the United States, and we are also looking at implications of sex-based discrimination in any educational program or activity that receives federal funding. Title IX also protects students who may be pregnant or their parental status. And so we want to make sure within the Title IX office we have some resources for persons to seek accommodations based on their pregnancy status and assistance if they are being discriminated against on the basis of pregnancy, childbirth, false pregnancy, termination of pregnancy, or recovery therefrom, or generally their parental status. This is a snapshot of our Title IX webpage that outlines how a student can register with the Title IX office to receive appropriate accommodations such as medically necessary leave, changes in classes, and then any COVID-19 related accommodation requests when a person is pregnant. The Title IX office receives those. Please continue to send those to Disability Support Services and they will forward them to us, or you can put it in our requesting accommodations on our page, and we will filter and figure out what's the best accommodation for the requested party. So our Title IX sexual violence, sexual misconduct policy establishes our commitment to foster an environment of respect and security on campus. It prohibits the following conduct, and then it adopts procedures which outlines how the university responds to reports of potential policy violations. If you know of an incident or witness an incident, you can report it to myself as the Title IX coordinator, to University Police Department, to Deputy Title IX coordinators, or you can report it online anonymously using our ethics hotline. And we also have an online form on the Title IX page. At the very top of the page, we have an option for you to report. There are a number of resources available. We also assist in providing supportive measures to faculty, staff, and students, keeping in mind that Title IX applies to everyone on our campus, as well as visitors to our campus. We have a resource card that outlines options that parties may seek and consider if they are impacted by a form of violence, or if they know someone or want to support a person. And this is a brief presentation. I think there are some questions, so I'm going to close the presentation and answer any questions you may have.
Okay, so there's one. Will you have a town hall to discuss the new procedures in the 2,000-page document? If so, can you please let us know when?
So we are scheduled to present at the GSG Town Hall, and we'll be discussing the new policy, which is a better summary of the 2,000-page document. The Office for Civil Rights has launched a Title IX webpage, which summarizes and has a couple of quick guides to use if you want to learn about it on your own. But we are scheduled to be at the town hall to discuss the new policy and the new regulations. The resource card is available on our webpage. If not, I will send a link to Kimberly and she can provide it to you all. Are there any other questions or things I can assist? Please know this was a very short presentation, so I did not go over a lot of the information in our new policy and procedure, but we welcome any requests for presentation. You can submit one online. We have an online form. It's relatively easy to do. We will reach out and schedule with you. I believe our time for the town hall is in September, so that's when we're scheduled to present. Well, I appreciate your time and good luck in your program. If you have questions or you have concerns following this presentation, feel free to email title9office@uab.edu, or you can email me directly at kcaseyr@uab.edu. All my contact information is located on the Title IX page. If you go to contact, it's also on the landing page. If you Google UAB Title IX, it'll be right there. So thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Casey. Okay, so we have a little bit of a break, and then at 2:20, student health will be here. Okay, so we are going to start the next session. Student health, we have Candace Ragsdale that will talk to you a little bit about student health.
Hi, everybody. Sorry, I'm in clinic, so I'm trying to get to a quieter location. Just to tell you a little bit about student health is that I like to consider us the doctor's office on campus. And we're located at 1714 Ninth Avenue South. We're located behind the School of Nursing. We're adjoined to the School of Health Professions. And like I said, open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. We have 6 physicians, 7 nurse practitioners, a dietitian. We do athletic training. We have one at the rec center. We have a sports medicine clinic, a sexual health clinic, a women's health clinic. We also help with physicals, immunizations, and allergy shots. We can also see you if you get sick or hurt, or you just need to talk with someone. We're doing virtual visits and we are doing some in-house visits, just depending on the situation. If we can let you come in, just trying to keep everyone safe. So we do ask that you call to make an appointment, and we can see if it's something that you could come in for. I know some students are coming in for immunizations and we're trying our best to help with that. I'd like to point out our website. It's www.uab.edu/student/help. Has a ton of information there. Also has the patient portal button there. That is a very important button for everyone to know, because that's the way to get in touch with us, and probably the quickest way to get in touch with us, especially with some of us are still kind of remote and coming back. You can also find this patient portal button on your BlazerNet account. And once you get into the patient portal, there's a lot of things there. That's where you can put in your waiver. That's where you can add your immunizations. That's where you can send messages. And that's where you can make an appointment. So let's talk about insurance and waivers. If you need the school health insurance, I recommend that you always check your student account and make sure you see the charge on your student account. And if you don't need the insurance, make sure you don't see the charge on your student account. And for you to put in the waiver, you're going to go to the patient portal and sign in with your Blazer ID and password and birthday. And once you get in, on the left-hand side, there's a tab that's for insurance cards, and then there's one that's for insurance waiver. And that's the one you need to fill out with your information. Once we can verify that, then we can take the fee off. And it's very simple. You're just putting in like Blue Cross and the policy number and who it's through. If you do need the health insurance, like I said, make sure you see the charge on your account, and you should be automatically enrolled with United Healthcare. At our website, there's a whole thing about the United Healthcare plan and where to get the brochure and what the policy covers and any information you would need like that. It also has their information number, tells you how to create an account and get your insurance card. For the immunizations, that is on our website where you can go in and see which immunizations are required. Or like I said, in the patient portal, you can sign in and look under the immunization tab. If you see green check marks, then you turn things in. If you see red check marks, those are things that we're looking for you. And I know that the holds and everything for immunizations has been pushed off to September 30th, but you do need to start getting those in before we start registering for spring. And we are working on them. These are manual processes, so it does take a little bit of time. So the quicker you can get them in, and let's be looking at them, that would be great for us and for you, so we can start working on them. Another question I'm getting a lot about is the COVID results. If you've had your COVID testing, I need to turn that in. Under the patient portal button, under messages, you click on that and you select a new message, and then you'll see a COVID lab result, and that's where you upload your COVID testing. If you're doing testing through GodSafe or Verily, some people are calling it, you don't have to upload. We should already have that information. Is there any questions or anything that I've missed that you'd want to ask me about?
Yes, there is a question. Do international students have to do COVID-19 test and quarantine for 14 days once they arrive on campus? If I can provide document from our local hospital that proves I'm COVID-19 negative and have been vaccinated for COVID-19, do I still have to do COVID-19 test and quarantine?
So right now, I think my understanding is they just need to upload the testing and let us look at it. If everything meets our qualifications, you won't have to do any quarantine if you, unless you've had symptoms recently. If you were positive recently, there is a little bit of a quarantine day, but if you were negative, then there shouldn't be a quarantine.
Is there a list of insurances accepted by the student health?
I don't know that there's a list, but we take most all insurances. I know with Aetna, we're out of network, but we take Aetna, Blue Cross, which I said Aetna would fall and we'd be out of network, but we have Blue Cross. We'll take United Healthcare, Cigna, TRICARE. So there is, we accept quite a few. I would say definitely if you're trying to sign a waiver, put them in there. We can look at them. If something is not meeting our requirement, we'll let you know.
Is there a cost to immunization services?
Yes, there is a cost for immunization services. On our website, under immunizations, you'll see the pricing for the different ones that you would need. And we do keep those in-house, so we should have whatever you're needing.
Do you accept Viva UAB?
We do. You do have to change your primary care physician to one of our physicians here, but we do take Viva.
Are there any other questions? Oh, wait. If we have insurance through UAB, are we able to access dental and vision care?
Okay, so we don't really house that, but the UAB Dental School does offer something for the students, and I would suggest going through the UAB Dental School for that. UAB Eye Care also offers plans for the students and gives them discounts on certain things, and that was something that you would need to reach out to them. And that would be my answer for those. Sorry.
How does online students use these services?
If you're here in the state of Alabama, I mean, like here close, you can definitely come to our facility and be seen. I know that virtual visits, if you're in the state of Alabama, we should be able to help you that. If you're out of the state of Alabama, I think there's a little more, you'd have to figure out what state you're in and if we can see you, but we can see you here in the state of Alabama.
Who do we contact if an immunization is annotated incorrectly for the medical clearance?
I would say under messages, I would reach out to the medical clearance coordinator and let her know, or I mean, you could call us. We've had a lot of calls today, so we're trying to answer them as quickly as we can, but I would say message the medical clearance person and she can get that updated for you.
In the past, there was a specific grant that funded the HIV STI testing. I understand that the grant has expired. Has the student health acquired a new grant?
I know we're working on it. I don't know if it's been acquired yet, but we are working on it. And I would probably check back with us in a few weeks and see.
Should international students are required to have health insurance if they take classes online from outside the US?
Sorry, say that again. Our international.
So are international students required to have health insurance even if they take classes online from outside the US?
So that's a great question. If you are outside the US, then I need to know about it so we can get you updated with a registrar to make sure you're not charged with the health insurance. And I can give you my email. My email is CRAGS, so it's the letter C like cat, RAGS @uab.edu. So it's going to say CRAGS @uab.edu. Thank you. And just email me and let me know, so because we have to get you fixed with the registrar.
Is the patient portal allowing students to schedule appointments online now?
For immunizations, yes, and for virtual appointments, not for in-person. And that's why we have to kind of triage you and make sure you're not having any respiratory symptoms and what kind of reason you're trying to be seen.
Are there any other questions? I sent in my shot records and it says I'm in compliance for everything except the tetanus vaccine, but I received it when I was 10 and had a booster shot 2 years ago.
Okay, so I would definitely reach back out to the medical clearance person in the messages, the patient portal, and ask her to double check it and make sure that they have the correct date entered. I mean, this is a manual process. We could have messed the date up or something, so definitely message us to double check it.
Is there a hold on health insurance in the US? In China, when you just purchased a health insurance, there's a period of time when you could not use the insurance. Is it the same over here? If it is, how long do I have to wait before I can use the insurance?
There's not a hold on it. This school year insurance started on August 15th.
Okay, so the same question about the compliance. She said she has emailed but has not received a response back yet. When should she expect one?
Excuse me. I know that she does work remote for a couple of days and then she's in-house, and she is working on this. We are a few days behind because everybody has just now started putting the immunizations in, so we're probably a week behind. So call us this afternoon at our main number and I'll see if I can get a message to her if she can answer it. The main phone number is 205-934-3580.
Is there a copay in the student health?
No, there's not a copay.
Are students required to pay tuition in full before scheduling appointments at student health?
No.
For international students, how many days should we wait before entering UAB after testing?
Before entering UAB what?
How many days should we wait before entering UAB after testing?
So once again, it's going to depend on what your test says. And if you upload the test, then we can give you guidance on if you're clear to come on in or if you're needing to quarantine for certain. So it would depend on you uploading that test for us to look at it.
Okay, it doesn't look like there are any more questions. We just posted the student health number in the chat. Oh, sorry, can you repeat that number?
Sure, it's 205-934-3580.
Oh, and then someone's saying they're attempting to download the Passport app. Where do I go?
I'm not 100% familiar with the Passport app yet. I apologize, but it's not through us. So I would say go to the UAB app and it should tell you how to go in there and download it.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you being here. And then our next session will be at 2:40 with wellness promotion. So thank you, Candace.
All right, thank you. Good luck to everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so our last session for today is with wellness promotion. So Mandy and, okay, is it Micah? How do you say it?
Micah.
Okay, so Mandy and Micah, take it away.
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much for inviting us to be here just to give a brief overview of wellness promotion. I'm Micah. I'm the director for wellness promotion. I'm joined with Mandy. She's going to introduce herself in just a moment. I'm going to just really briefly just talk about who we are and what we do. We are absolutely here for you. Everything we provide is service-wise is for students here at UAB. What we focus on, first of all, we're located within the Student Health and Wellness Center. Within that building, there's health services, there's counseling services, and there's our Department Wellness Promotion. We oversee the PAL program, which is our peer education program. Mandy's also going to talk a little bit more about that. Primarily, what we do is we really look at how do we engage students and provide health education to students for interpersonal violence prevention, alcohol and other drug misuse abuse prevention, as well as embedding self-care, issues of social justice, and stress management into the topics that we oversee. Specifically for alcohol and other drug misuse abuse prevention, what we do is we look at promoting the healthy student norm. Actually, most UAB students do not misuse alcohol or other drugs in risky ways. We've got a large group of students who abstain from use completely. Those who do choose to use alcohol tend to do it in healthy ways, and we really just are promoting that information. For students who choose to use alcohol, we promote ways in which they can use it to avoid any of the risks or the negatives that come with overuse or misuse. We also promote tobacco cessation. UAB is a tobacco-free campus, and so we just help promote that. As well as provide resources, referrals to health services, to talk with a provider if a student is using tobacco and wants to quit, and then other drug use such as marijuana or stimulants. And we just talk with students, answer questions, talk about myths or facts associated with that. And again, promote that healthy student norm where almost no students really are using tobacco or other drugs in high-risk ways. For interpersonal violence prevention, we focus on dating violence by promoting healthy relationships. We also focus on preventing sexual violence and supporting survivors of sexual violence, as well as survivors of dating violence. And also we do programming related to stalking awareness and prevention. We do a variety of events. The ways in which we engage students is we do workshops. So we offer Don't Cancel Class. Some of your professors may bring us in if they're not able to make a class, and we'll talk with you. We also do outreach. Our peer educators are out and about on campus conducting outreach. We'll be doing all of that virtually this year, so we still will be available to do that. And we do some key events throughout the year, such as Take Back the Night. We do a silent disco, which is an alcohol-free, substance-free event. And then we also promote our Collegiate Recovery Center, which is for students who enter the university who are already in recovery, or students who who go into recovery while they're at UAB, so that they have a close, tight-knit community where they can get support from students. They actually have their own space also. The CRC has their own space that's open 24 hours a day, and students have access and just a place where they can go and they can hang out and they can get away in a healthy and supportive environment. We do offer graduate assistant positions, and we do also teach a class that's eligible for graduate assistants. So I'm going to pass it over to Mandy. Please fill in anything that I may have forgotten, Mandy, and then if you'll talk about all of those other things.
Absolutely. Hi, everyone. My name is Mandy Parente. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the Interpersonal Violence Prevention Coordinator in our Wellness Promotion Office here at UAB. So with that, I am responsible for our primary prevention of sexual violence, dating violence, and stalking. And a lot of those programs that Micah spoke about are programs that I help oversee. For graduate students specifically, it's important to know that our services are definitely open to y'all. That includes all of the things that we do with the CRC, all of our workshops and training. So if you're a TA or you're working in a lab and you're like, wow, I really think that we could use some conversations, it doesn't even have to be a full workshop on these topics, we are more than welcome to work, or more than happy, excuse me, to work with you and to help train and educate folks in your lab or in your class about whatever the healthier topic might be that y'all are needing help with. As far as the class that we teach goes, like Micah said, we have a program called the Promoters of Wellness, which is a peer education group. And peer education is exactly what it sounds like. It's peers educating their peers on healthy behaviors. For, in our case, sometimes it's other topics, but for us, they do focus on interpersonal violence prevention, alcohol and other substance misuse prevention, and self-care, excuse me. Graduate students are encouraged to become peer educators if you can fit the training course into your schedule. There is a graduate course that will teach you all of these skills. The important thing to know is that even if you can't become a peer educator, if you can't commit to that work, going through our training will give you the skills that you need for whatever your next step in your career is. We do program planning, we do budgeting, we do public speaking, we do team building, we have a national certification for peer education that you get to put on your resume. We teach active listening skills and interpersonal communication skills, and skills that anybody can really use once they move on to the next step. Our peer education positions are funded. They are a paid position on campus. And so if you do choose to take the class and then apply for the position and are selected to be a PAL, you would have a paid position on campus, which is really exciting. And then, like Micah said, we do also offer our graduate assistant position, which is also a paid position. If these are topics that you have any interest in working with, talking about, doing more with, we do also have internships that we work with. We are already a preceptor site for the School of Education and the School of Public Health and the School of Social Work, but we are more than welcome or more than happy to work with any school to become a preceptor site and to offer internships to students. We do project-based internships, and so that means that you won't just be pushing papers and getting coffee, but instead you'll be working on a project that at the end of the semester you can go into a job interview and say, here's something I did, here's a product that I made, here's research that I collected, here's a report that I wrote. There's some kind of tangible item that you have at the end that you can take with you to your next thing. So there's a lot of ways to get involved with our office. I would highly recommend following us on Instagram. We are at Wellness UAB, and following us or going to our website and checking out more information there.
Are there any questions?
The website is, thank you, Michelle, for asking that. The website is uab.edu/students/wellness, and I'll put that in the chat for you as well. And on that website, you can request programs and workshops and trainings. You can also email us at wellnesspro@uab.edu, which I just dropped into the chat box as well, to have conversations, to request anything that you might ask. One thing that I forgot to say that is really important that I say is that our office is not a confidential space. And so if you are emailing us or you are coming to us to talk about any of the topics we've talked about, and you let us know about experiences you've had with gender-based discrimination or sexual misconduct, we do have to report that to the university under Title IX. And I'm happy to talk with folks about what that means exactly if you're not familiar with the Title IX process. But I do often like to tell people that, that we are not a confidential space. So if you come to us and you're seeking counseling or you're seeking help for those topics, we're happy to listen. We're happy to connect you to resources, but we do have a responsibility to report that to the university. How often do we accept GAs and interns? So right now we have one GA position that we have already filled for this year, unfortunately. And For our internships, though, we offer them every semester, and we don't have a cap on how many interns that we have. Those are unpaid positions, but we're open to as many interns as are willing and able to do the work that needs to be done and have really fun, creative ideas for projects, because we really value that those projects aren't just things that we need to be done in our department, but are things that are going to give you, again, those skills that you need to be the best candidate you can be for whatever is your next step after graduate school. And do we have a variety of openings? Yes, we do have a variety of openings. Like I said, our project-based internships really are based on what you are interested in and how that aligns with our departmental goals and how we can have this like mutually beneficial relationship through that internship. So there's lots of openings there. Again, if you go through the PAL class, you're able to have that position. And then if our graduate assistant position opens up next year, then that would also be an option. You're welcome. I like this chat feature, it's fun.
I would definitely encourage folks, Mandy already mentioned it, but to get a flavor of the department and the kind of stuff that our peer educators do, to follow us on Instagram. We will not only be doing passive programming on there, we plan to have some live events. We also plan to have some interactive health assessments and those types of things, maybe even some skill building activities that you can participate in. So I think that will help you really kind of get the best understanding and flavor of who we are and what we're trying to promote in terms of promoting the well-being of students here at UAB.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay. Well, thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate it. And then, and you put your information in the chat, so if anybody has additional questions, they can just email you directly. And then, yeah, and then that's actually all for today. So Wellness Promotion was our last session. So this has been recorded. Once I can get onto our YouTube channel, I'll send everyone a link so everyone can watch if they've missed any piece or want to watch it again. Be available. So thank everyone for coming.
Good luck in grad school, everyone.
Yep. Welcome to UAB.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.